Hey everybody, welcome to the stream and welcome to my 300th stream special, How to Build. Get it? Because yeah, we'll be looking at how to make Duke Nukem 3D levels in the build engine editor, which came included in the game. It's pretty cool. So yeah, I mentioned in my Duke Nukem 3D streams that I played a lot of the game, but yeah, I actually learned how to build my own levels. It's pretty fun. I mean, they even not only included the build the build editor itself, but also full documentations. I mean, there is buildhelp.txt file in the Duke Nukem 3D folder, which contains like a huge chunk of text, which I printed it all out and had this little Bible with me making my levels. Hey Barsnatic, welcome. Yeah, so I figured might as well instead of playing a game this time, I'd show what it was like back in the day when I was building my own levels. I even might show a couple of the older levels that I had back in the day. Not all of them. A few of them are not unfinished or very very cringy, I guess, very bad. But there are a couple that I'm proud of. So first things first, I want to show off just how moddable I guess the Duke Nukem 3D game is actually, because first thing is that in the file folders itself, I mean, I'm not sure if it's that's included in the newest versions of the games, like the World Tour versions or the Megaton edition. Here I'm talking about the original and the Atomic edition, which I got on GOG. So yeah, if you have the Atomic edition on GOG, you should get these files as well. There is a file, hang on. There are a couple files called .con files. No, yeah, there's defs.con, game.con, and user.con. You might think, oh, these are just system files that the game uses or something, but actually they are just text files, and they contain things like this. So they're just text files with a lot of the numbers that the game actually uses, and you can just edit them. You can edit the numbers, save the file, reload the game, and it'll have those new attributes. So it's pretty fun to play around with these. I remember playing around. You could like change the amount of damage you get from explosions and the blast radius, so you can make a explosion hurt you from really really far away or not hurt you at all. You can make all the enemies have like 1 health, so they die instantly. You can make your jetpack last a lot longer. So it's pretty fun to like mess around with these attributes, see what effects they do in the game. Anyway, yes, these are user.con. There's game.con, which I'm not going to show, but because it's I think a little harder to edit because it looks more like a code, as in actual programming language. So if you can read it, if you can kind of deduce what each line does, you can also edit it and just change how the game behaves. But beyond that, there's also a file called duke3d.grp. This is the file that actually contains all the assets that the game uses: levels, textures, music, sound effects. And the original game actually came with an executable that allowed you to extract all these files from this grp file. I think it's similar to the .wad files from Doom. So like it's essentially the game itself is contained in this one compressed file, one grouped file. I guess that's where the grp means. But the grp means the groups. So you can actually extract these files, edit them, and then regroup into a new Duke 3D grp, and then reload the game, and it's completely different. So yeah, it's very very interesting to see. So actually, it takes a while to like extract all the files, so I kind of already did it. But you can use the executable to extract specific files from this grouped file. So, well, let me see, exe. So yeah, you get all the executables in the original file. There's B setup, which is the build setup, build.exe, which is the actual editor which we'll be using today. There's build help, which actually just shows the build help text file, not really that much. Commit, never used, so I don't, not sure. Duke Nukem 3D help also just shows the text file. Duke 3D is the actual game. Editart.exe is a program that allows you to change the art tiles, the texture files from the game. I mean, it's not really the best paint program. I mean, you could edit pixel by pixel the original tiles, but you can also import bitmaps into the text files if you wanted, using editart.exe, which allows you to completely change some of the textures. And here you go, k-extract and k-group. These are the two. Set main. Don't remember what it is. Setup is the game setup, actually, the actual game settings. But yeah, key extract and key group are the two programs to extract the files from the grp file and group your switched files into a new grp file. So if I type k extract duke3d.grp and say, for example, asterisk.map, which are the map files, it extracts all the map files from the game. So then you can see how they're named. E2 L1, that's episode 2 level, or E1 L1 episode 2 level 1. The episode and the level number, so you kind of identify which is which just by their name. And yeah, since it's the Atomic Edition, it also includes E4, the 4th episode in the Atomic Edition. So yeah, pretty cool. And I'm not going to teach every single thing about the build editor, but with the amount of that I will teach, you should be able to open these files and like see exactly how they did things and kind of replicate them, because there are a lot of little numbers that you kind of, it's hard to like memorize all of them, so it's much easier to just look up a reference to see what each number does. Like if you want to play a sound effect, you just add, okay, sound effect, play sound effect number such and such. So yeah, you're not going to memorize what the numbers of each sound effects are. So yeah, it's much better to look up a reference. So yeah, we might check out some of the game levels to see what they do, how they were built. Now that once we learned how it works. But yeah, first and foremost, let's start the build file, the build program itself. I believe we can do build and then type a new map for us. So I'm gonna just type Leo test map. No, maybe just leo.map. Yeah. Build it's not important. The build is not associated, not shareware, may not freely distributed to any BBS, CD or floppy. Back in the day when there were BBSs and CDs and floppies. But yeah, I got this from the GOG, so I did buy a legit copy of the game. And yeah, levels created with these editors may only be used with a full registered copy of Duke Nukem 3D, because yeah, the Duke Nukem 3D was originally shareware. You could have a shareware version with just the first episode. Okay, I accepted the terms of that. And here you go. This is our build engine, build editor screen. Well, one of them anyway, because the build editor actually has two modes, the 2D mode and the 3D mode. In the 3D mode, you kind of lay out the blueprint of the level, like a floor plan of the map. And then in 3D mode, you get to see exactly what it would look like in the game, and place objects and monsters and pickups and items and switches and stuff, and change all the textures on the walls and doors and ceilings and floors and stuff. I do have a cheat sheet here, because yeah, there are a lot of keyboard commands that you might not, even I might not remember all of them. So yeah, just to be sure, I remember. Of course, yeah, once you start building, you start pressing all these commands, they become a little easier to remember if you start using them often. But yeah, it's better to have the little cheat sheet, which I prepared earlier. So yeah, first lesson. engine levels are made from sectors. Right now, I can't even switch to 3D mode because our level is completely empty. It's just a void. But if I draw, let's say, a simple square by pressing the space bar, again to create another point, and ending on the same point, we have now created our first sector, our first actual valid room in the level, and now I can actually switch to 3D mode. Yeah, this is how all Duke Nukem 3D levels start, with this ugly texture. This is meant to be ugly because it's supposed to be like the default texture that you're not supposed to leave anywhere in your level. But I can actually, I mean, kind of looks a little flat. I mean, a little low. I can actually change the height of the ceiling by pointing my mouse toward the ceiling and using page up and page down to lower it. Same with the ground. I can, well, I can't actually tell because I'm falling with the ground as I'm lowering it. So yeah, we'll check it. We'll see more of the 3D version later, of the 3D mode later. But yeah. This is how we draw our floor plan, and I can actually add new rooms to a new. I mean, I can just draw another sector here, but oops, backspace to go back one line. I mean, if I just press backspace, it just undoes everything. But if I press space, and space, I've created another sector. But these two are completely isolated from each other. If I click with the right mouse button, I can move this white arrow to this new sector. With this white arrow is the view of the 3D mode. So yeah, this one still have the low ceiling. I haven't changed this. If I click here, go back here, we're back to our original one. And yeah, if I click here, I can't see. Arrow must be inside sector before entering 3D mode. This is not a valid space. This brown arrow is where the player starts in the level. So you can change that later. But yeah, right now, if I were to load this level up, save it, and load this up in the game, we'll start where that brown arrow starts, and just look at these empty walls, I guess. Ugly brick walls. Well, so yeah, how would we connect these two levels? Well, I can insert. You click, press the insert key to insert points or vertices on the sides. Which yeah, I can drag these with a right mouse button. Drag these around. They're snappy on the grid, but I can turn that off if I want to. I can grid locking off with the L key, and I can put it anywhere. But yeah, it's better to, if you want to create like square room, it's better to have them align on the grid. Grid locking on. And if you want more detail on the grid, you can press G to increase the or completely deactivate the grid. But yeah, this is fine for now. So yeah, I can't. You might imagine, okay, if I just connect these two points, will that create the sector? Well, not really. You have to actually make the entire square, even making new lines over the existing lines, because you need to create a completely new square sector. Just put this here, and this here, and this here, and this here. Always end where you started the sector when you create a new one. So now you can see, okay, these lines are red instead of white. Well, the white lines separate a valid sector from the void, the nothingness. The red lines separate one sector from another. So these two sectors, I can actually use the arrow keys to move the arrow around. But yeah, I can't go beyond the white lines. I'd need the no clip cheat to go beyond these lines. And yeah, the game screws up if you do it in the game itself, if you go beyond the level boundaries. So if I switch back to 3D mode now, Now we have this little doorway, but yeah, because the height of the ceiling was different, kind of looks weird. I'm gonna raise the. Oh yeah, now I can change the ground too, since now we have different sectors. I'm no longer falling, so actually I change this ground too. So yeah, we now have 2 rooms and a connecting door, which, yeah, the game doesn't really differentiate between this doorway and this room. It's all the same. It's all sectors in the game engine. And you can also put back here. You can make a sector within a sector, but if I make one inside the other, I just punched a hole through this sector. This is actually not a valid sector. If I go here and try to switch, it says it's not a valid sector. So this now is a donut-shaped sector. And if I go to 3D mode, it now has this column that goes from the ceiling to the floor. However, I can I believe it's Alt S. Yeah, I can I'll click Alt S, or I can also, if I do, let me make another island here. If I draw another sector on top of this one, the same points, which is where, yeah, the grid aligning to grid helps you with making sure that one point lands exactly on top of the other. If this wasn't aligned, it would be a lot harder. See, same thing. And if we switch to 3D mode, yeah, the column disappeared, but the separate sector is still there. How do I know this? Well, if I go where I think it should be around there, and if I press page up and page down, I can edit the height of the floor and the ceiling independently. Yeah, you can use the arrow keys to navigate and the A and Z keys to go up and down, which is how you originally played the Duke Nukem 3D game. I back in the day, I didn't use mouse and WASD. I used arrow keys, A and Z, to go up and crouch, and control to fire. Yes, I remember. Yeah, you could also use the numeric keypad, but yeah, kind of interesting how you switched your movement hands. I moved with this hand and fired with and jumped with this one. Now I move with this one and use the mouse to look around with the other one and shoot with the other one. Different control schemes back in the day, but yeah, like, I can just it's around here. Yeah, so just with these tools of creating these sectors and changing their heights and of their ceilings and floors, you can already create a whole bunch of structures. I mean, if you were to load up a level, we could already tell, okay, this is a sector, that's another sector, that's a sector within a sector. So, for example, well, before I do any more complex structure, let's change these textures. They're kind of ugly and a little hard to like make out sometimes. So, I mean, let me see. What kind of theme should we go for? Like maybe a sci-fi theme, a city theme, or maybe a medieval theme? Because yeah, if I point at a wall and I press the V key. Well, right now we only have one texture, but if I press the V key again, boom, we have access to all the textures in the game. Every single sprite, including textures that are not meant for walls, like item textures, item sprites. And these are special sprites, which we'll check out later. These are used to kind of program things in the level. But yeah, for now, let's just browse all these files. Look at all these switches. All these buttons. We've got the kind of industrial textures, pipes, and got the. When you see these similar looking textures one after the other, it means they're animated. These are like animated frames of a animated GIF. Got all these TV screens. See, this is a water texture animated. You can see on the some of them have names like water tile 2, panel 1, panel 2, and a broken panel. Yeah, the purple means it's transparent. Or I mean, it will be transparent in the game. You see the fan animation, the fan sprite. I mean, if we put this on the wall, it would just be purple on the wall. It would not be transparent. You can't see the void beyond the wall. So, yeah, I will be accepting like suggestions of what would you like the levels to look like, or what you would like me to make. I don't have like a set plan for something to design. So yeah, if you wanna suggest anything, okay, I want the walls to look like this. You can make sure to let me know. Here I got some bricks. Yeah, this brick looks much better. Look okay. Yeah. So if we go to another wall and we press V, now you see that screen that only had this one brick now has the other. So the first texture screen actually shows all the textures you've used so far, and how many tiles or how many walls, ceilings, and such were using it. So right now it says 31 with the ugly default texture, and 1 with this 750 texture. So it makes it much easier to select the same texture again. You don't have to go browsing all the way down the menu, all the way to the same texture again. You just do this, and do this. It's much easier. There's actually even an easier way to do this. With you can copy and paste textures with the tab and enter. Yeah, not Control C, Control V. Tab and then enter. So you can just go pasting textures all around. Create something I haven't created before. It's been a while since I've made anything in this, so I don't remember. Kind of tell that these are not entirely lined up. Oh yeah, welcome Numbra. Let me just paste it here as well. Maybe I'll change this later, but for now, put this here. Yeah, see, it looks much better. I mean, ceiling and floor still don't look that great, but yeah, this brick looks much better than the other brick. You can tell that the textures are not lined up, because if you see that if I'm lowering and raising and lowering the ceiling, you see that the wall texture kind of follows the ceiling. It doesn't follow the floor, but I can switch that to make it line up with the floor. Yeah, why not have it line up with the floor? Much better. I mean, right now I'm limited to the textures that came already with the game, so I can't just put any new textures. So yeah, gotta make it maybe try and figure out what I can do within the confines of the provided textures. Okay, let me see if I remember how to change the yeah. Let me check my cheat sheet. How do I change change the alignment of the wall? It's with the O key. So if I press O while pointing at the wall, pointing on this one as well, O. See, now it no longer follows the ceiling. It will follow the floor instead. Yeah, let's make all the floors all lined up. I mean, you can count maybe how the ceilings are, so make sure that both ceilings on both sides of this kind of doorway are the same. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a doorway. You can just do this, or I can lower it to make a... Oh yeah, let me just do the same here. So there, don't seem to be very lined up with this in this direction. You can see that it kind of breaks. So yeah, you can actually change the texture around. You can squeeze them and stretch them and also pan them across the walls to make sure that they do align with each other. Like if I use the numeric keypad. Whoa. Okay, that's a little too fast, so I actually have to lower the cycles in DOSBox. 30% should, yeah, 25% should be fine. There you go. Now I can adjust step by step the stretching of the wall. Also stretch it in this direction with yeah, the even numbers of the numeric keypads. If 2, 4, 6, 8, so 2 and 8 stretch and squeeze the textures vertically. 4 and 6 stretches and squeezes the textures horizontally. And then if I hold shift and use those same keys, I can pan the texture and not squeeze or stretch it. Moving a little slowly, I can hold the center key, the 5 key, to make it move a little faster. Or I could just increase the DOSBox cycles. But yeah, this is how you can get your textures to line up. If you're not happy with, of course, yeah, if they're too stretched, they look ugly. But yeah, you can make them, like, make the bricks smaller like this a little bit. I believe the semicolon key will reset the texture back to its default size. But there's also, hang on, there's also another very useful key for lining up textures like that, which it's the period key. If you use the period, point at the wall and use the period key, it should line up. Yeah, should line up the wall with the current wall with the wall next to it. Or the wall next to it to the current walls. Maybe I skip one to make sure they're all, no, this. Then this one. Oh, they're actually all lining up. Of course, there has to be a break at some point because of the size of your sector of your room might not be completely like a multiplier of the texture size itself. But yeah, as you can see, it looks much better, and you can barely see any edges on the walls. Oh yeah, this is still a different sector. I remember. So yeah, I can also divide the sector in two. If I insert 2 points, one on each side, and just press this. Yeah, this time I don't have to I don't have to draw the line twice, or one over another. If you divide a sector, it automatically becomes a red line. And then it automatically becomes a separate sector that you can raise and lower. So yeah, let's change the floor as well. Let's see. What's a good floor texture? Or at least one that matches our brick wall. I mean, yeah, would look weird if I just put like a tile texture. Yeah, of course you gotta, let me tab, copy paste on everything. Yeah, see, this looks a little weird. Also looks too big. Unfortunately, you can't really use the same squeezing and stretching on as you did on the walls, as you did on the floors. I mean, you can pan the texture around, but you can't just squeeze and stretch it like you can in the walls. But you can press the E key to make it smaller. Like there's like 2 modes of floor textures. You can have the expanded version and the smaller version, the contracted version. Yeah, this looks better. But hang on, yeah, unfortunately, also the period key doesn't work on floors, so you do have to align them yourself, or you reset them all. Yeah. Yeah, because of the different you can change sectors around you if you want to line up, like for example, yeah, there has to be a different sector. So I want the ceiling, for example, to be different, but the floor has to be the same. Unfortunately, the game treats the ceiling and the floor as a different sector, so you can't just move this like this unless, like, hang on, what if I type R? No, it's still different. Yeah. Yeah, if I have to, if I move if I like line up my floor texture after I've divided the room into sectors, I would have to line up every sector, the floor on every sector, the texture on the floor of every sector as well. So yeah, it would actually be more useful to make the room, texture it, and then make the individual sectors inside it. So yeah, it might not be useful to just do the entire work on this screen first, and then switch to the 3D version, 3D mode. You should always be going back and forth between them, depending on what you want to do. So yeah, let me reset this. This. Oh yeah, this one here. Let's see, this one here and this one here. Yeah, I might change this later, but yeah, look, room looking pretty gray right now, kind of light brownish. Yeah, this is just a testing, and you're not really designing a level right now. We're just showing off how it's done. Later we might do a better job at coming up with a good level layout. Oops. So yeah, let's see what's a good ceiling texture. I guess, yeah, this is just same thing. Tab to copy, paste, paste. Okay. I mean, yeah, most of the textures have changed. We're not using that brick. We still see the brick here. I mean, for right here we can again. Maybe, yeah, use this light maybe. Yeah. Oh, looks much better. Kind of like a pedestal or something, that like an item should be here. Maybe you can change these. Change these to something different. Okay. Yeah, maybe this wall. You can see the wall, the ceiling, and the floor follow the same. You can change that. You can change that later. You can have the ceiling and the floor be the same, the different textures, but by default they both have the same. These two walls have the same texture assigned to them. Gotta change this. Let's see what might be a good. Maybe this. Yeah, this looks interesting. Very out of place, of course, but yeah, it's just to make sure we don't have any of these ugly textures. In fact, I don't even need this anymore. We don't need two islands. I can delete this sector. The way you delete this is actually the way you delete points in general. There is no key press to delete a point, so you've gotta drag one point on top of the other, and that will delete it. That will join the 2 points. They're now fused. Do this. Now we have this one-dimensional line. Still counts as a sector, even though kind of weird. Maybe we shouldn't. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be doing that. I think the engine won't like this kind of thing. So, and yeah, once we put the last point on top of the other, it just disappears. So yeah, now I don't have that sector anymore. And whoop. See, we already screwed up the engine because I did that. I can also join two sectors that I separated like that. If I press the JK once. If I point it on one sector, press the JK, point at the other sector and press the JK again. It says sectors joined, but yeah. Oh, I can also do this and just point it here. Oh, I think I messed up here. Hang on. It's okay. Nope. Look at that. And it crashed. See, gotta be careful. Gotta always save your map. I thought the game would be angry. The engine would be angry after I did that little stunt with the single line, but didn't think it would be this. It would get this angry. But yeah, I did not save my map at all. So gotta start over. Or I could maybe open another map. No, let's just start with a single room right now. For now. This. Yeah, it is possible to have your map get corrupted, I guess, by the engine if you're not careful. Which is, yeah, you should always save backups of your levels. Okay, let me try that again with the join command. If I join this one and this one, there you go. See, now the sectors were joined. The points are still here. I mean, I can still change these around, but even, yeah, it doesn't matter how many points the sector has. It's still one sector. I mean, right, so far I've been using a lot of squares, but you can just make any shape if you want. You can in fact, there's a cool feature that you can put in your levels that is included. Oh yeah, by the way, just like you can move. Just like you can move with the arrow keys, you can also zoom in and out with the A and Z key. So in 3D mode, A and Z lowers and height, raises and lowers your view. In the 2D mode, this one, it, I guess, raises and lowers your top view, so, or zooms in and zooms out. But yeah, one interesting tool that you have is ability to create automatic circles. You notice that when I put my mouse next to a wall, it starts blinking. Like that's the like kind of like highlighted wall. So if I press the C key, that's a tool for creating curves. It automatically creates like a circle with a set number of points, and of course, yeah, these will be individual walls. It won't be a perfect circle unless I add a lot of points. Yeah, just like a circle in a 3D program. Made of vertices. If you want a very smooth circle, you gotta use a lot of points, and you do that by using the plus and minus keys on the numeric keypad. You can just add more points or reduce them. So yeah, you can just make a simple curved wall. No, not that smooth. You can just make a simple curved wall like that. If I press the space bar, automatically creates this. Or I can just make an entire circular room. Let me just zoom out a little bit. Just add more points. Oh, yeah. Spacebar. There we go. And this is, even though, yeah, it looks like these are, it looks like these are two different rooms, but this is just one single sector. So if I lower or raise the ceiling, raise the entire ceiling of this entire room. If I wanted this circular room to have a different size ceiling, I'd have to join this and this. Maybe insert a point here to make it a little smoother. This. Okay, now I can lower this ceiling, but the circular room still has a larger ceiling. Oh, yeah, pretty cool. Of course, if you're going to texture that, you gotta. Hang on, I think there's a way to paste there is a way to paste the same texture across the entire sector, I believe. Let me just check my cheat sheet if I recall correctly. It's Control Enter, yeah. So if I press Tab here, it copies this texture, and if I press Enter, it'll paste on one wall. But if I press Control Enter, paste the same texture over the entire sector, all the walls of this sector. So yeah, you don't have, even though this circle has a whole bunch of walls, you don't have to texture them individually. So another thing you can do with the textures is not just, well, change the texture. Let me make another texture in here, and maybe use some of these industrial piping things. Interesting. Switch it up. Oh yeah, this is a curved wall, I remember. Okay, let me just press this and copy this here. Oh, that looks horrible. Oh wait, I can align it with there you go. Yeah, use the period key to line up the texture walls. It's much better. This one I can switch to this one. Oh well, we'll leave this for now. Oh yeah, kind of have a similar look, but still different texture. Different texture. So let's change the floor. Maybe this tile. No, this looks more like a ceiling tile, I think. Yeah, this one looks better. And paste it here. There you go. And on this one, maybe this ceiling. E to make it smaller, or make it bigger. No, it looks good bigger. It's okay. And paste it here. Okay, we're back to having these no ugly default texture. You can actually check if you press V. You see the ugly texture is not here anymore because no sides, no walls are using it. That's a good sign. That's you didn't forget any wall untextured. It can be, yeah, it can happen. Like if you have a very small door, you textured all around it, but you forgot, oh, there's one sliver of the door that still has the default texture. That's a sign that you didn't check your level. But yeah, what was it? Oh yeah, I was going to show that not only can you change the texture of the wall, you can also change the shading. You can make the texture look darker. I mean, I think this is as bright as you can make it, but you can make it a little darker by using the plus and minus key. Completely dark. So if I lower the brightness of all the textures in this room like this, maybe I should, yeah, once again, maybe I should have changed this texture before I made the circle. So now it looks like this is a darker area than this brighter one, doesn't it? You see, because in the build engine there is no actual lighting going on. I mean, in newer versions you can have like lighting effects. The Duke Nukem 3D World Tour version actually updates the levels to a newer engine with like better perspectives in the 3D view and more lighting effect. But yeah, the original one, you didn't have real lighting effects, but you could have simulated lighting effects. For example, if I took this, let's imagine there's a light source in here. Let me change this grid a little bit. A little better. Let's imagine there's a light source coming here. I could, if I wanted to, let's see, make a sector here like this. Wait, no, let me add something here first. Insert. There you go. Could make something like this. Maybe like this. Maybe like this. And close it here. No, let's look a little better like this. For example, yeah, there's a separated sector here. And because I created a sector after applying the textures, it looks exactly the same. But I can increase the brightness in this part, and now it looks like this room is being illuminated from the outside. See, it's just an illusion. It's just one sectors with different brightness on their textures, but it looks like there's a lighting effect going on. Let's increase this wall. There you go. And yeah, that's a way that, I mean, very competent level designers use a lot of this to make their levels much prettier by shading them differently and dividing the sectors to make them look like there are like shadows going on. So, for example, I could make a little island here. Let me just see where it is. Okay, it's over there. I can put light texture. Where are the lights? Here we go. Here's a light texture. Ew. There you go. And then I can increase the brightness over here. Now it looks like this square is being lit up by this light up here. Let me just increase the lights as well. Doesn't make sense for the light texture to be in the dark. Although, yeah, it looks very much going straight down. I could make this. Oops. And I'll make it again. One. Hope the engine's okay with that. Yeah, make a larger sector around this, and then increase. Whoops. Increase this brightness as well. And yeah, the engine did not like that. It's bugging out. It did not like that I created an invalid sector around a valid sector. Yeah, you can very easily, but yeah, you can get the idea of using sectors to simulate shading like that. I'm not even gonna save this thing because it's probably gonna bug out. Okay, but the second, yeah, so far we've played around with the textures of the walls and ceilings and the brightnesses of them. Why don't we add some objects to our level, I guess, if you can call this a level. If I press the S key, while pointing at the ground, I just inserted a sprite. I press the S key again, inserted these sprites, and yeah, of course, once you insert a sprite, it starts out with the ugly default texture as well. But I can change that and add an item, or add a medkit, or add a weapon, or go way down here. Add a dancing woman. No. These are all the different Duke Nukem 3 sprites. Shark. No. Here you go. You can add one of the monsters. The lizard trooper. And he even's animated because I used the first sprite in that sequence. I mean, if I added a sprite and did use something other than the first tile, see, he doesn't move. That's just one of the frames of the animation. You gotta select the first frame in the animation to make it play, to make it actually valid. You can actually tell that he is kind of facing that direction. If I walk around him, I can his sprite changes to indicate, okay, now I'm behind him. Now I'm sideways, besides him. Now I'm in front of him. Because yeah, in the build engine, or at least in Duke Nukem 3D, all the enemies are actual 2D sprites that, like in older games, they just switch to a different image from a different angle to simulate the I guess give an illusion of 3 dimensions. Of course, if I were to go too high up and look down, I actually don't think you can. Not sure how to look down here. But in the game, I can look down. You could see how 2D he actually is. Right now, you can tell that the RPG sprite kind of spins around when I look at it. You can kind of tell from here. See how the RPG texture kind of spins compared to the floor texture if I move my view around. That's because the sprite is in what's called billboard mode, which means the texture will always, the flat part of the sprite will always point at the viewer. Now we're not here to just fill a room with dancers. I mean, you can if you want to. I mean, it is if you have the game, if you have the build editor, you can just make your own level with no monsters, just dancers all around you. Make your dream world if you want. But yeah, we have the sprite in billboard mode. We're not actually going to see it on the side, but I can change that. To R? No. Change it to. Yeah, see, R changes the sprite alignment. Now it's no longer billboard mode. Now I can see the sprite from the side and see how thin it actually is. 2-dimensional. And I can also, I can align it to the floor and to the wall, but yeah, this one is not meant to align to the floor, so it gets a little screwy. There are other sprites that I can do that. Like, yeah, the switch, for example. Maybe not that one. This one, yeah. So this is actually how you put stuff on the walls. All the switches and screens and stuff you see on the wall. These are sprites that you add. You can actually already do that. If I point at the wall and I press S, it automatically puts a sprite on that wall and puts it flat against the wall. So of course, if I change that to a button, then okay, now we have a button. A little too big. Well, we can do the same thing we did with the walls, using the numeric keypad to squeeze the texture and make the button smaller. Right now it won't actually behave like a button. We won't activate anything. We'd have to add a few things to it, but yeah, you can already kind of decorate the walls with stuff. Let's see, what else can I... Of course, we can't forget the end of level button. A little too big, but... A little too high. I can use the page up and page down. Also controls the height of the sprite on the wall. I mean, controls the height of all the sprites. I mean, can just put this guy can make this guy start up floating in midair. Then, of course, once the game starts, he will fall off. But yeah, you can use page up and page down to define the height of the sprite. And if I switch back to 2D mode, you can see that these little icons with the little squares with a little tail on next to it, these are the sprites. Some of them already even have labels, depending on if the texture had labels. So this one is labeled Liz Troop. This one is labeled Dip Switch. This one is labeled Six Pack, I believe. And yeah, Dip Switch. So this little line that comes out of the circle actually defines the orientation of the sprite. All of them are oriented that way for now, but I can change that. I can make these in a different points in a different direction if I want to, by using the minus, greater than and lower than keys on the keyboard, or the comma and period keys. You can change how they look. Of course, if they're in billboard mode, you won't really notice it because, like I said, the sprite will always point at you. So yeah, if I do that, you can use the same keys in 3D mode to change their orientation. I'm changing the orientation of this, and it's not having an effect because, yeah, it's in billboard mode. But if I do this on this one, well, now it has an effect because it's lined up with the ground. This one I can R to make it not billboard. Okay, now I can change the orientation. See, now it's a lot clearer that you are in fact spinning the sprite around. And if I do this with this guy, he should change his change his animation. See, I'm spinning him around, so you can actually tell the engine, okay, I want this guy to be facing this direction when I enter the room, for example. So enter the room and he's pointing at me. You notice how some of in the game itself there are a couple of the pig cops. Sometimes you go into a direction and it will you go into a room and the pig cop will already be lying down ready to fire. Well, that's because the level designer chose that pose for him to start with. I can go here, go to the enemies. The Octobrain, I believe it's called. Oh, this one isn't actually used. I mean, I did not see this one in the game. This maybe it's an early version of the tank. Cool. The big guy over here got an explosion animations. The drone, flying pickup. Here we go. This is the actual tank. The new one one of the new enemies that were added in the atomic version. But yeah, I wanted to check out the pig cop. So yeah, this guy will once you enter the room, he will growl at you and then fire. But if I select, where is it? This one, pig cop dive. See, this time, once I enter the room, he will fire at you immediately because he's already pointing at you. You can do that in the game if you want to make it a little harder for the player. And of course, you can add weapons and stuff for him to deal with. All the threats. If you make a mistake and like put this button here, but I want it to be on the wall. If you face it and press O, it will jump to a wall immediately. Oh, still gotta press O again. No, press R to make it flat. There you go. Yeah, just like O aligns the walls to the ceiling, but if you use O on a sprite, it will allow it to align it to the wall. But you know, this is the terrible wall to use because it's so small. It's smaller than the sprite. So let me delete this using the delete key. Put this here. Let's see. Yeah, and put this button here. Okay, let me put this here. R to make it flat or not billboard, and then O. Oops. Ha. Oh, it aligned with that wall. Okay. I mean, of course, I can change it if I don't like that the button is there. I want it to be in the other way. I can just click and drag it in the 2D mode, and then change its orientation. There you go. Not quite lined up with the walls. I mean, oh, there you go. Now it's lined up. Smaller. So yeah, this is basically how you make sectors and textures and add items There's one more thing that I want to show, which I might show in this room itself. Let me just lower the ceiling a little bit. It's something called the parallax ceiling. If I point to the ceiling and press the P button, oh, that looks terrible. That's because this texture was not meant to be parallaxed. But if I changed it to a texture that is meant to be parallaxed, let's see, this sky, this LA sky, no, not this one. It's not looking that great. I think in the game it might look better. Or this one. Well, anyway, this is how you make skyboxes, but I think I actually have to do another thing in order to make it a skybox. Hang on. Let's see, how am I going to do this in this? Okay, let me delete these sprites on the walls. Because yeah, you notice that it doesn't look that great in that view, but if I create another sector inside here, turn off the grid lock for now. Turn it back on to make this one. Okay. And then I make a circle here. Add some points. Okay, here we go. And then close this. Oops. Line this to the grid. And line this to the grid. I need these to be lined up to the grid so I can connect. There you go. Okay, this should look better because this here. P. Okay, so I created this border around this area. Right now, if I were to use the parallax option, it would look like all stretched, like you saw, all weird. But if I were to lower the ceiling, no, lower this ceiling. No, not this one. Tricky here. No, I think it's, yeah, not this one. This one has to be not parallaxed. This one has to be the same, and this one has to be parallaxed. Right? Or this one also has to be parallaxed. Yeah, I think it might look better in the game itself, but yeah, right now it's a little stretched. But yeah, this border that I created is kind of how you make a kind of fake horizon. Because once two ceilings are parallaxed, or like skybox in skybox mode, their walls become invisible or become part of the ceiling. So if I make this wall go completely all the way down, you gotta squeeze yourself and put P to parallax. Now this room looks kind of weird, like there's a magic door into it. But yeah, this is how you make like a skybox in the build engine. So if you see if you see just a hole on the ceiling, that's just that ceiling is in parallax mode. But if you see if you go up and you see like a ground and no walls, that's what they did. They created a second wall and then they lowered it to make it match the parallax and put the parallax ceiling on both the regular ceiling above you and the ceiling inside the lowered wall. That's how they did it. Let's see. Okay, what else? Check my notes here. Let's see what else I can. Oh yeah, I can also make. I guess I can do this with this one, even though it's kind of buggy. Oh, wait. lower this, raise this. So right now the wall, there is a wall in this bit separating these sectors, like you can see it here. Okay, what if I delete this outside sector? Will the engine behave like if I delete this, or will it crash again? Okay. Nope, still crash. And crash. Yeah. Build engine can be finicky like that. Okay, let's start. One more. One last one. Then we can proceed to look at some of my pre-built maps, or maybe even some of the maps that came with the game. Or maybe, yeah, no, there are actually a couple of tutorial maps that that came with the game that you can look up, which we'll check out in a moment. But the final thing I wanted to show was this. You can click once there, Alt S to make one sector inside another. Okay, if you can lower this and raise this, just to show that, yeah, this is actually a different sector. If I point at the wall and I press M, suddenly this wall is visible. So almost like a two-dimensional wall. I can actually go through it. If I press M on this one, it's also visible. If I press Shift M, this will be visible from this side, but not from this side. Look at that. It's transparent on one. It's only visible on one side. Because yeah, sometimes you want to do that if you have if you want to put something behind glass, for example. Select the glass texture right in a minute. Here we go, glass. Tab to copy and paste. Put on this and paste. And let me just, for now, use M and paste. And make M here. So yeah, it looks a little weird. Made too much lines going through. I mean, you can make these kind of transparent textures a little more transparent using the T key. T. Make them more transparent. Suits glass a little better. Yeah. But you see that you can still see the glass on the other side from this side. But if I turn this off and Shift M, this off and Shift M, this off and Shift M, and turn this off and then back on with Shift M. See how that's different? Now you can't see the glass on the other side. And let me just use the point, yeah, line up the glass texture. Looks better like that way. Yeah, it kind of looks like there is glass between them. Oh yeah, I mentioned that you could change the textures here on top and bottom. Yeah, let's just use this. If I just do this, they're both the same, but if I press the number 2, I believe, yeah. Now I can have the top and bottom parts of this sector wall be different. They're assigned to be different. Right now it's a little weird that I can just walk through the glass, but you can also make sector walls be like barriers, where right now they're red, but if I believe it's the B key, yeah. Once I press when I select, I highlight a wall by just putting the mouse cursor next to it and press B, or I can also do this in the game in the 3D mode. Press B on the wall. Now I can't go through it anymore. I can raise my height. Now it's a wall. I mean, it makes sense that the glass is a wall, but I can also increase this sector size. Increase the sector size. Let's divide this in 2. Oh, you automatically make it a barrier. Press B again to deactivate that. Yeah, because the glass was already selected. Okay. Okay, so right now there is no barrier here. It's just regular sector divider, the red line. But if I press B, now it's an invisible wall. I mean, I guess you can do that if you don't want your player like jumping out of windows in your level or something. You can just put a divider line and use make it a barrier so he doesn't go through like beyond the boundaries that you intended the level to have. Let's see what else. Check my notes again. Third point, sector attributes. Yeah, you can kind of use the tab key to check like all these numbers below all these attributes that belong to this sector. So this is sector 1, this is sector 2, this is sector 0. So you have 3 sectors, and yeah, each one it says which one is the first wall, which one, which tags it has, how many. It should say how many tiles, how many sprites there are. So yeah, this is useful information if you're worried about making your level, I guess, efficient. Yeah, back in the day, it's kind of interesting. There are notes in the build tutorial that say, "Oh, be careful with not putting too much stuff in your level, or else the frame rate might get too low." Not really. Shouldn't really be a problem these days. But yeah, when you had like a 486 PCs running this, you wanted to make sure that your level wouldn't be only be playable for people who had Pentiums, you know. So yeah, this kind of information is helpful. Oh yeah, one last thing that I want to show is slopes. So yeah, right now I've been just lowering and raising the levels, but you can in fact make the ceiling and or the floor of the level be an inclined plane if I use the brackets keys. Inner cup, I don't know what that is. But yeah. Not a good idea to raise it beyond the ceiling. Sure, you can do that. You can also do this, like this weird effect. So how would I change the orientation of this slope, for example? Well, each sector has something called its first wall, which is what the mug I'm drinking at. This is the E-Tank mug from Mega Man. Got it from Fangamer, I believe. But yeah, if I point at the wall, and I believe it's Alt F. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, Alt F makes it so that the wall that I was pointing to, that one becomes this sector's first wall, and now the slopes are aligned with that one. See now, if I change the slopes, now they're aligned with that one. If I point at this wall and I press Alt F, now they're aligned with that one. See, so you can. Yeah, this is still a barrier. Just turn this off. I believe I can also do this in here. Yeah, see, I pressed Alt F while this wall was selected, and now it says this wall now sector's first wall. Yeah, I guess I should include this not very important, but there are these 3 modes where you can use to navigate through your level. I mean, right now I'm using this kind of set height mode where if I press A and Z, it increases and decreases my height in certain steps. If I press the caps lock key, it changes. Now my height is a little freer. and now my fixed height no longer follows the ground. This is the float method. There's the fixed height, which makes it so you're always at a certain height from the floor. This one is the float method, which disregards the height of the floor. And then if I press caps lock again, I mean, you think caps lock would turn on and off something, but it actually cycles through these three modes. Now I'm in gravity mode, which if I press A now I just jump. Z just crouches. If I go here, kind of fall. So yeah. Oh, hey Mega Babes. Whoa. Thanks for all the gift subs. 5 gift subs. Welcome to welcome my 300 stream. Yeah. I have a spreadsheet showing exactly how many I have. I have already. I do count the not archive streams. Like there was a stream that I did that was like just me playing Tetris and puzzle games. That counts as a stream, even though it was not archived. But yeah, thank you very much. 5 gift subs. That's a lot for my channel anyway. Oh, hey, someone XX, welcome. But yeah, if you already know, okay, you can raise and lower levels, you can make them slope, you can put one sector inside another sector. You can kind of once you look at an existing Duke Nukem level, knowing how they were made, you can kind of tell, okay, oh, that's a separate sector. Oh, that's 2 sectors with different slopes. Oh, that's kind of interesting to look at a level that was already built using those using that this mentality of how they did it. Kind of interesting. Okay. I mean, yeah, you're welcome to lurk and just listen to my ramblings. But yeah, if you have any questions or doubts on, okay, how do they do that? I might be able to answer it. Feel free to ask. This is an open classroom. Let's see. Okay, play sprite, sector, Alt S. I think we're just about ready to get to the more advanced stuff. The texture, change shading. Yeah, I said shading. Yeah, you can. I guess I forgot to mention about the flipping a texture. Like if you put, let's say, let's see a texture that's not symmetrical, that can be flipped. You can see the sink texture. Yeah, this number, for example, yeah. So if I press the F key, it flips. Yeah, I don't think you can rotate in this direction. But you can flip it horizontally or flip it vertically. Maybe a bad example. Yeah, this girl, for example. Put this down. See? Flip horizontally, flips vertically as well. Let's see. Oh yeah, you can also actually make just like I made the walls have a barrier that stops the player. You can actually make a sprite be a barrier that stops the player, which is how they make something like bridges. Like if I let's lower this all the way down here and maybe change this slope like this. Whoops, maybe too much. I could, in theory, let's see, add a sprite here. Where's the bridge sprite? The bridge texture. Here we go. This is your typical bridge. Right now it's in billboard mode, so it follows me, it's always facing me, but if I press R and R again, now it's facing the ground. And now I can actually squeeze it a little bit, make it straighter. And now I can change its orientation in this direction. Yeah, like I said, you can't change it in the orientation vertically, but in this direction you can change it. Let me use 2D mode to make it position it a little better. Maybe stretch it a little more in this direction. There you go. So right now, turn on gravity mode. Yeah, I turned on gravity mode. If I try walking on this, I'll just... Oh, actually, it is. Oh, is it already? Yeah, it's already purple. Actually, hang on. Press B. Okay. Okay. Back to where I was. Raise it. Okay. So right now, if I tried walking on it, I'll just fall through because it's just a regular sprite. Regular sprites, you're supposed to go through them, like if a weapon, you pick up a weapon or something. But if I point at it and press B, now I can walk on it. Now it's a sprite that will block the player, which is, yeah, it's how they make bridges in the game, and it also shows it as a purple sprite instead of a blue one. If I press B again, it goes back to being blue. B goes back to being purple. So purple walls and purple sprites will block the player. Yeah. Let's see, anything else? Like I said, a lot of stuff you can keep in mind, but transparent. And yeah, you can, just like I did with I used a glass texture here. But if I were to not make a transparent texture, hang on, I could create like a hidden wall as well if I wanted to. Like, if I want to, let's see, put a hole in the wall here. Insert, make a hole. This, okay, and then I lower this, make it. Okay, and then I press M. Now it doesn't look like there's a wall, but because this is not yeah, it's not a purple line, this is a red line. If I just go through this, like if I just walk through it, I'll just walk toward this wall, I will just go through it. So yeah, this is a way to kind of hide secrets if you want to in your level. Maybe not the best way to hide a secret. I mean, I guess the best way would be like a hidden switch or a destructible wall, which we'll learn how to do those in a moment. But yeah, this would be a way to hide a secret. Have an illusionary wall, I guess. That's really, you can't really tell from the outside. I mean, if I were to change the direction, if I were to like use the panning thing to switch, okay, now you can tell if the textures didn't line up. You can kind of tell that, okay, yeah, there's definitely something here. But if I use that period key to line up the textures, okay, now you can tell where the walls of this secret is. Let's see. Oh. Flip, parallax ceiling, copy, right? Yeah. The copy paste thing also works with sprites. I mean, if I let's see, I want to put a medikit. I can use tab, and then whoops, I pasted the texture on the floor. Didn't mean to do that. Then if I press yeah, if I press the S key, it will it will paste what I had copied earlier. So it's a way to just fill a room with the same type of sprites if you want to. One last thing I think that it's important is you can change the palette of a sprite. With most of the time it's not important, but it is important if you want to make things like access card keys. For example, there's only one, I believe there's only one access card key sprite. and so you'd have to define the palette of that sprite to make the different colored keys, like the blue key, the yellow key, and the red key. Same thing for the panel that the key goes into. I don't remember where it is. It might be on the top, next to all the switches. Yeah, here you go. You actually have two types of access card, access switch. The kind of basic one, and put it against the wall where it makes sense. Whoops. Where is it? Put it against. Oh, there it is. And R to make it flat. There you go. Okay, let's put another one here. This key. So yeah, you have these two designs of access card, which you see throughout the game. But you also have it all. Yeah, because this one is in the transfer area. It will always be that. The key card here. Where is the key card? There it is. Key card. So yeah, you notice that you only see the blue key card, but I believe it's Alt P to define the sprite palette. Let's see, 1. No, not this one. What's the number again? That's for things underwater, I believe. 2, that's for things in fire. I believe it's maybe 10. Yeah, 10 for the red key card. No, that's for 8. I think it's for things in the night vision. 7, no, that's golden. No, that's for things in night vision. So yeah, kind of Alt P. You can pointing at the sprite. You can kind of define its palette. Let's see, 20. It's a gray key card. Never seen that in the game. 12 maybe. No, 11. Oops, no, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, like I said earlier, there are certain attributes that are tied to specific numbers, which, yeah, unless you're very experienced with making levels, it's a little hard to remember what each of them does. So might need a little trial and error here. Let's see, 5, 16, 17. That's green. So yeah, there are a bunch of palettes you can use. 21. Yeah, okay, that looks like a red key card. If I do Alt P on the access card to 21, now it's a red access key. So yeah, having different palettes can have more than an effect than just changing how a sprite looks. You know, this one, of course, the red key card would not work on the blue slot. It has to have the same palette. Makes sense. But you also can add an enemy. There is a specific enemy which, if you change its palette, it will have a significant effect, which is the lizard trooper. Where is it? Here we go. So this guy has this blue clothes, blue armor, jetpack thing. If I change his his palette to, I believe, 10. Now he has this red clothes, which will make him is it 10 or 12? Is it yellow? 11? No, I think it's 10. If he has the red armor, he will be able to teleport. It's a different type of enemy. 9. You can kind of see. Okay, this is a green one. 7 is this gold one. I don't think that's ever used in the game. I saw. That's when he is used. That's how he looks in the in night vision mode. 2. So you can mess around with the palettes, see how that affects each one. 5, 6. Ugh. Go back. Oh, that's a freaky. Almost looks like a different enemy. See? Oh, yeah, you can do some variations like that with the palettes of the sprites. So yeah, I think we're ready to, might be ready to make some more advanced stuff, which is actually programming stuff in the levels, like having door switches and doors themselves that you can open and close. And let's see, and like underwater sections, teleporters, a whole bunch of stuff you can make. Just going through my notes here to see if I forgot anything. Yeah, line wall textures. Well, yeah, I think if you make a one, yeah, number 2 allows you to make two. If you put number 2 on the, if you press the number 2 on the top, not the keypad, the number, not the manual keypad number 2, the top number 2, it allows you to make a different textures for the top and bottom of the sector. But if you use number 1, it turns off the transparency. You can see the purple background. Not sure what use this is for, but you can do it if you want. Okay. Yeah, a couple of like not very important keys. Like there's Control T turns off all the little text boxes, the tags of the sprites. I mean, I think it would be always better to have them on, but you might think it's not important in some cases. Oh yeah, I forgot this very important thing is to set your start position, because yeah, you might be changing your you might be building your level and decide, oh, this is not a good starting position. I want the player to start here, and maybe start in this direction. If you put the white arrow in a specific area, put in here, there you go, and I press scroll lock. Yeah, very weird key to use. Now scroll lock will make this brown arrow be positioned exactly where the white arrow was, and that will define the new start position of the player in the level. But yeah, very important to define that. You can also make you can also add like the Duke Nukem sprites. Like add a sprite and choose the Duke Nukem player sprite. But that's for if you want to make a multiplayer level, like this one. Yeah, add this a player. This defines where one of the multiplayer people might spawn in your level. I mean, yeah, if you want to make a multiplayer level, you don't want to have everyone spawn exactly at the same place, right? You want to, okay, you spawn one side of the level, you spawn on the other side of the level, and have them meet with each other. Makes sense. But yeah, we're not making a multiplayer level, so we don't need to do that right now. If you want to select multiple things at once, you can use the right shift key to kind of select things more than one point at the same time. Like this. Select. It's kind of weird to use a key to select things and not like a mouse key press. But yeah, you hold select down, move the mouse, and then lift select, and then you can change. You selected all the vertices in this sector. You can also select this if I press insert. Yeah, if I am holding something, am I dragging something, and I press the insert key, I'm kind of stamping those sprites on the key. It's kind of like pasting without copying, you know, kind of interesting. Like you can drag things around and then paste them. So yeah, this, if you want to add a whole bunch, well, they're below the ground. Oh dear. If you want to add a whole bunch of things to your level, this is a way to do it. It's a way to save time. And you can also do the same thing with whole sectors. Just delete these. Delete these. Let's say, for example, I made a door. like a door with that raises and lower, and I want my my level to have that door repeated everywhere, in a bunch of different areas at least. I don't have to remake that door all at once. I can use the right Alt key. See, it's a different color selection box, and that will select the sector. The sector is now selected. I can actually even detach this sector from the existing one like that. Kind of weird. And I can, just like I used I stamped the sprites with the insert key, I can do the same with this. I just gotta make sure I'm holding it first with the mouse. I'm dragging it first, and while I still have the mouse button held down, I press the insert key, and then I stamp. And I stamp. See, I'm creating new sectors that are exact copies of the one I just selected. I mean, these are just empty square sectors, but if I did that, for example, with this one, okay, and I held, stamp, and drag it, and then Alt to go. So see, now I just created a perfect copy of this this sector with everything that was inside. So yeah, that's another thing that can be used to like save time when creating level. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're ready to start programming. So the way you program things in the level is by using the special sprites. So you press S to add a sprite the same way you did before. But see these little letters? So these are not letters just to spell things. These are very special sprites, which actually don't show up in the game. They are they show up as invisible. They only show up while you're editing the level. So the most used one is this, the S. As you can see by the tag, it's called the sector effector, which, as the name implies, has an effect on this sector. But you have to determine, okay, what kind of effect does it have? That you determine that by giving it a tag. You can actually give 2 tags to each a sprite, sector, or wall. You can have something called a high tag and a low tag. Hang on, I can actually, yeah, if I press F1, it says here, change low tag, change high tag. It's the I guess in my keyboard is the tilde key, but it might be in American keyboards. It might be this key. So if I press T, okay, it's sprite low tag, and you define a number. That number will determine what kind of effect that sector effector is having on the sector. So depending on which effector, which of these effects you want, you might not have to give it a high tag. You might leave the high tag to 0, or you might need to make it the high tag one number and the low tag another number. Okay, so how do we know what number does what? Well, I mean the build text file actually has a whole reference showing exactly what each number does. But a more fun way to do this would be, yeah, let's quit this for now. Save changes now. Build by Ken Silverman. Yeah, he was the who made the build engine. Let's take rid of this. A fun way to check out what each sector effector number does is by seeing it yourself, and you can do that where's the settings? If you load up one of the levels that came included with the game, which are, like I said, the tutorial levels. So if I open up the Duke Nukem 3D Atomic settings, I mean, I think in World Tour you can select a user level just from the main menu. A lot easier. But in the original Duke, you had to, if you wanted to load up a user-made map, if you wanted to make a play one of the a level that you downloaded off the internet or a level that you made yourself, you had to load up the settings or the setup.exe, and then you get here user level selection. The user level path is just the same as the game. Select user level. These are not user levels. These are the ones that I extracted, the actual game levels that I extracted from GRP. But these three, se.map, st.map, and zoo.map, they come included in the game. But the only way to play them is by loading them up as user levels. As the name might imply, zoo actually has all the monsters, so you can kind of tell, you can kind of look at how they behave, or how you can place them, how you can change their behavior. But yeah, ST and SE are the important ones right now. Right now, SE for sector effector, and ST is for sector tags. Which, yeah, like I said, you can add the tag to a sprite. In this case, that little S sprite. But you can also add a tag to the whole level, to the whole sector. For example, if you want to say, oh, this sector is meant to be underwater, that you give that sector a specific tag. Or you give another one, oh, this sector is meant to be above water. Okay, you give that sector another tag. This sector is meant to be on lava, where if the player steps on the ground, it burns them. That will be another tag. So you can change a whole bunch of properties of specific sectors if you change their tags. But yeah, right now let's load up se.map. Okay, save and launch Duke Nukem. Let's see what it shows. Entering user map. So yeah, right now we're in Duke Nukem Atomic, and we loaded this map. And you have these corridors labeled, okay, 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, and 31 to 40. Okay, let's quit one. Let me check. Whoop, no, not quit. Want to see, looking good, right? Okay. Here we got a bunch of little teleporters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way to 9, 10. Okay, let's go to the first one. And we're dropped into this room with these spinning discs. Kind of weird, right? But yeah, I'm sure you can tell by now that, yeah, these are sectors, circular sectors that were raised, and they put this texture on them. These one and this one too. But they placed the sector effector sprite on these two sectors, and they added the number 1 tag, which meant, okay, this is meant to be a spinning sector. So yeah, this is actually like almost like a piece of the level that's just sliding across the ground. Kind of weird like that. But yeah, you can use this sector effector to create this kind of sliding thing, spinning thing. Okay, let's go back. I mean, the teleporter is actually another sector effector. If you add an S to this platform, it doesn't even need to have this texture. This texture is just to give the player feedback. Okay, this is a teleporter. But any sector that has the sector effector sprite with the tag that meant teleporter will teleport you to the corresponding sector effector sector that also has a teleporter tag. And that's where the 2 tags come into play. One tag determines, okay, which sector effector is this? What effect does this sprite has on that sector? The second tag is if you want to match the 2 sprites, 2 sector effectors. So you can have one teleporter take you to another place. They have to have the same high tag. The low tag tells you, okay, what effect it is. The high tag will lets you pair 2 teleporter effectors, which is how you create this effect. Okay, this is another one. Seems like an empty room, but if I step over here, now suddenly everything shakes and you get this kind of almost like an earthquake created this. But if you go back to if you go to this room in the level editor, the room is already like this. As you might imagine, they created a sector in this shape and lowered this using the slopes button and added this on this texture to the walls. But because they put a sector effector in this area and another here, there's also another special sprite called the touch plate sprite, which activates that sector effector. So once I stepped on here, the touch activated the sector effector, which made the slope lower from its starting position, which was flat, to its final position, which was the actual position it is in the level editor. So yeah, number 3. This just shows lights, but hey, look at that. Okay, right now we're hearing some random noises. We'll see what that is in a moment, but see this? This is not actual lighting effect. This is not real lighting. There is no real lighting in the build engine. These are just different sectors with different amounts of shading. This one with no shading, this one is a little bit more shady, this one has a little bit more shading, and this one has a lot of shading, so almost dark. But okay, but where does the sector effector come into play here? Well, like this. If I shoot this, it reduces it increases the shading into all these levels because I broke the lamp. If the sector effector wasn't there, I would break the lamp and nothing would happen. It would still be lit up. But yeah, if I open this in the build engine, in the build editor, you would see, okay, these are actually 2 different sectors. This is another sector and this is another sector, all with different brightness amounts. Break that. And yeah, you can have a sector effector that determines, okay, there will be blinking once you break the lights. Yeah, kind of fun to explore these, see exactly the examples that they gave. Oh, this one, all the lights are already broken and blinking. Number 5, apparently there is no number 5 tag, or there's nothing assigned to it. Number 6 is what was making all that noise. It was the subway cars. Just like those circular things were sliding around, they were circular sectors that had been raised. This is also just square sectors that were raised. And there is something called a locator sprite, a little L, which you can put to make these sectors follow a specific path. So yeah, right now they're just going around and around like this. And stopping, yeah, there's another special sprite that you can put in a place to tell you, okay, I want you to stop at this point for 5 seconds or something, and then you continue. Because their timing is always the same, they always stop for the same amount of time. They will never collide with each other, which, yeah, that would be bad for the engine if 2 sectors just collided like that. But yeah, there was a subway level, I believe in episode 3, where you saw these I guess a better looking subway than this, but they were essentially the same thing, just raised sectors and texture to look like that. I can actually ride them. Whee! Look like they touched each other a little bit there. Yeah, you might not be a good idea to make these subway cars too close to each other, because if they turn around, they might like collide with each other, which I think is happening around here. Some of these. Oh dear. yeah, this floor electrocutes you. Which, of course, is another... There's another sector tag in this floor that determines, okay, this... It's not really this texture that is electrocuting you, it's the sector tag that says, this floor hurts Duke. It's also 14, might be the same thing. Might be the electrical floor. 7. Yeah, this is for the teleporters. See? But there's also this teleporter. Wait, not where am I? This teleporter? Yeah. This one goes here? Yeah. But there's also the sector tag of underwater or over water, which if I go down here, now I'm underwater. Now you might think that this sector is under this sector, but no, you actually can't have two sectors directly above each other. I mean, if I you can actually see this in the map. If I press crouch to go underwater, Duke is immediately teleported to this other sector. If I go up, oh yeah, go up like that, teleport. See, I keep jumping around between one sector and another. Because yeah, if that square sector was in the same exact place as the other one, they would like cancel each other out. They would not play well together, like as would say. So yeah, you can't have two sectors exactly in the same place at different heights in the build engine, which is why once you go underwater, you get teleported to a different location. But of course, with the sector tags, you can say, okay, this sector is above water, that sector is underwater, and with the second tag, you can pair them. You can make them one send you to one place, the other sends you to another place. So that's how you create the illusion of having an underwater area. And yeah, naturally, you want your underwater area to be the exact same size as your above water area. Otherwise, yeah, if the above water area was larger than the underwater area, there could be a chance of Duke going down and being transported into the void, into an invalid area and just dying right away. So, and that's where that sector copy tool comes into play. You want to make sure that it's the same size. You just select that sector, use with the right Alt key, and use the insert key to stamp it on somewhere else. And then you have two areas with the exact same shape, but then you can set different tags, different textures. I mean, yeah, right here, I'll want to put the water texture on the floor of this sector, but I'll want to put the water texture on the ceiling of this sector. You don't necessarily have to. I mean, you could theoretically make this just a ground texture. It would still behave like water because of the tag. It's not the texture that makes it behave like water. Yeah, 7. So 7 was the teleporters. 8. 8 is this door, I believe. But yeah, just like that sector effector caused all the shading of this area to go completely dark once I broke the lights. I could make it so that this shading of this area goes up when the door is open. So this is not actual lighting. This is just a texture on the wall. Could be anything here. It would still have the same effect. What is actually projecting these lights are the shading properties and the sector effector that makes them light up when the door opens. Once again, just giving the illusion of light, of lighting effects. No, not real. Yeah, sorry to break it to you. This one is the opposite. The door is already open. If I close the door, the room gets lit up. Just in case you want to do that, I mean, if you want to put lights on the wall. This one is just different doors, or specifically this door that goes up, which Actually, yeah, this is actually just a very thin sector that had its roof lowered all the way down. So yeah, there are no actual doors in Duke Nukem. These are just sectors that the roof goes up and down because of the sector effector. You activate it by using pressing the use button. Press the use button next to it, and that they put a wall. They put a door texture on the top wall of this sector. But yeah, that's just didn't necessarily have to be this this wall texture. It could be anything. I mean, yeah, same way I used that same way I used that texture of a wall to hide a secret passage. I could also use I could also theoretically make a door that has the exact same texture as the walls and make it look like a hidden wall, a hidden door. That way you'll only be able to tell it was a secret if you press use next to that wall. So that's another way to make a secret. Of course, you are actually. This is not the only type of door you can make in Duke Nukem 3D. There are like many other types, but this is the most basic one. So yeah, we checked out 1 through 10. Check out 11. Here's another type of door. Okay, you might think, no, that's clearly a door. That's a separate object, right? No, that's actually a sector. This is a very thin sector that was drawn in front of this passage and had its floor raised. So this is actually, the doors are actually part of the floor that was raised, and they put this door texture on the sides. And then they put the sector effector on a corner and said, okay, I want you to, when you press the use button, this sector rotates 90 degrees that way. That's it. And that's why in Duke Nukem 3D you can't have doors that are like cabinet doors that are completely separated from the ceiling or the floor. They have to be glued to either the floor or the ceiling because they are actually part of the floor and the ceiling. I mean, most of the doors in the game I've seen are part of the floor, but there was one level that had like a bathroom stall that you could look under, and in that case, the door was part of the ceiling. Hey Norman, welcome to the classroom, the build engine classroom. You can also add a sound effect. I mean, this doesn't really have a sound effect, but you could add a sound effect of the door opening and closing. Number 2. This one is a light switch. Once again, a sector effector that changes the shading of these individual areas. But just like you can activate it by breaking the light, you can also activate it by flipping a switch. You change the tag of the switch to match the tag of the sector effector, and that will allow you to make a light switch that controls a light source. Here you have some barrels that if I shoot, break these, but yeah, you see the pattern here. These were actually originally this hole was already there. These are actually, let's see, 1, 2, 3 sectors next to the wall. This one has like slopes on the top and bottom. This one looks yeah, this one has a slope, no slope on the floor and ceiling. This one also has slopes on the floor and ceiling, and different textures than the rest of the wall. But because of the sector effector that they added to this, it kind of like if you had pressed that M key to create that wall in front of the sector. Remember when I put that glass, or when I made that hidden wall? Yeah, there's a sector effector that automatically does that until you explode something nearby the wall. Then that fake wall gets kind of destroyed, and I mean, I guess it is a real wall in the sense that the sector effector also makes the sector wall purple. You know, the becomes a barrier. So yeah, you can't just walk in before exploding. Once you explode, then it makes the wall disappear, and it turns from a barrier to a passable line, and from a purple line to a red line in the level, and then you can go inside the hole. I believe they also add very thin sprites of those. Yeah, they add very thin sprites of those gas canisters inside the wall. That makes them explode as well. When the outside one explodes, the inside ones explode as well. Which I guess makes more sense if they, instead of having just this cover just get blown off, they add a little more explosions. I mean, you can kind of add explosions in midair by adding these very thin gas canisters and then programming them to explode when something happens. Because yeah, if you put a sprite and put it in maximum thinness, I guess, minimum stretchiness, minimum thickness, they become invisible in the engine. So you can set up traps like that. If you're in a room, the player doesn't know, but that room has a lot of hidden canisters, and if they press the wrong button or something, everything blows up. You can kind of make traps like that. See? There were more explosions than just the canister explosions because of the hidden things. And once again, you got two sectors here with different ceiling heights and different slopes. And that one is another breakable wall. Hang on. Let me give myself everything. DN stuff. DN stuff, the cheat code for given everything. Now I can do another wall. But yeah, these are just examples. 14 must be, yeah. I mean, I'm not here to win at this game. It's not really a level you can win, I think. I'm just checking out the things. This is another type of door. One that opens, closes like this. So yeah, these are, you might think, okay, what about these? Yeah, these are also different sectors. And you might notice that the very tip of them, they're not flat against each other, these two doors. They kind of have a point to them. That's because if these two, I mean, you have to make them like, you have to make them in the closed position, and then they will open once the player activates them. They open all the way up to a certain point. But if they were flat against each other, the two sectors would be joined together. They would not be able to separate. So they kind of have to. This is a way of making two sectors that appear to be joined together. I think they can almost touch. You can kind of, or maybe they might even overlap a little bit, like a very tiny bit, not too much, or engine would crash. But yeah, you can kind of tell that that central point is very likely not like, it's not exactly one on top of the other. Otherwise, they would fuse together. So they might be just a little bit farther apart. You can do that with the deactivating the grid lock function in the level editor, make them just slightly enough apart so that they don't fuse together. And then you make this door that kind of goes inside. It shifts inside the wall. It's kind of tricky to make this kind of. You have to draw like this and then immediately like that when you make these sectors. And then then it's just a matter of putting this door texture on the wall. There's also a special sprite called the sound effect sprite, which makes the door sound like that. You could make it not sound anything at all, or have a completely different sound. 17. Ah, this is the elevator. So yeah, this, you can tell it's just a sloped ground going to here. That looks weird, right? If I go up here... Huh? How does that work? How does the top part of the elevator is over here? Well, it's like I said with the water part. You can't have two sectors, one directly above each other. So, just like you get teleported from one side to the other in the water area, same thing happens in the elevator. Once I activate it and go a little bit up, whoop, automatically teleported to another section. Because it's instantaneous, you don't even see it. You might be able to see it actually. Ah. Yeah, you can kind of see the screen shake a little bit because of the Duke's height doesn't match. I mean the floor is still rising when you get teleported, and you so you takes like 1 frame to adjust. You can kind of tell. I think the only stipulation is that the top floor of your elevator must be higher than the bottom part. So you can't have an elevator connecting to another area that's below it, otherwise the engine will go crazy. Yeah, there are certain things you gotta be careful in the build engine, not so your level doesn't go haywire. Okay. Here we go. Got some buttons that activate the height of the floor of this sector, and this one activates the height of the ceiling. Again, with sector effectors and the activators, which activators make it so the sector effector only goes into effect once a button is pressed, and you pair the activator with the button using the tags. So you can, okay, this button controls this activator activates this sector effector, and this sector effector makes this sector ceiling go up a little bit. But yeah, you don't actually use code to program things in the build engine. You just place specific sprites. This is a glass sector effector, which indicates, okay, that fake wall, just like the one I added, is meant to break once I shoot it. If the sector effector was not there, you could shoot at the glass wall and nothing would happen. So you've gotta, if you want to make a glass breakable, well, they didn't line up the texture on this side. Look at that. Yeah, if you want to make a glass breakable, you've got to tell it to be breakable. 20. This is a bridge sector effector, which when you activate this, it kind of extends this. It kind of stretches this sector. Well, this is not something that's coming out of the wall. This is just something that's being stretched. The vertices of these sectors are being dragged into the room, making it look like it something got stretched, something got extended. But you can actually look at the side textures. You can see that the side textures are being stretched. The ground texture is not stretched because it can't get stretched. Then it looks like it's coming out. But yeah, the side textures give away the trick. But if there was one in the Lunar Apocalypse episode, there was one sloped bridge that kind of did that. It was a very small slope, and once you activate it, it became a long slope. Kind of interesting. Like almost like a ramp was extending out into the area. But yeah, that's how they did it. Okay, 21. This just raises and lowers these platforms. You can change the ceiling height and floor height only once. You activate it and it doesn't go back. But yeah, you can make little puzzles like that. Okay, you gotta activate this switch to make this raise so you can go up into a higher place. Oh, this is another very fancy type of door. Look at it. Kind of weird, right? So yeah, as you might imagine, this is actually a sector with two smaller sectors inside, and this sector effector makes them, the sectors inside, lower their ceiling faster than the sector outside, make it look like this kind of weird door. Yeah, very... I don't think there's a lot of use for this one specifically. Maybe if you want to make a very high security looking door. Oh yeah, these are teleporters, but unlike the previous teleporters, you notice that this one teleports you. The second teleporter is on the ceiling. Well, that's just for show. It didn't have to be on the that texture didn't have to be there. That sector height, the ceiling didn't have to be lower. This is just to make a sort of one-way teleporter. So I teleport this way, and I pop up here, but going inside this sector, nothing happens. That's because this is a one-way teleporter. And this one, also a one-way teleporter, but you don't get that whole side effect that just instantly teleports to Duke Nukem. So I can kind of do this. If I step on this, boop, boop, use the look at on the map, just instantly transports you to someplace else, which yeah can be useful for like for example making stairs that give the illusion of going from one level to another below. If you have like two levels, and yeah, like I said, you can't have one on top of the other, but they are side by side. But if they're connected by stairs, and these stairs have this teleporter feature, you can kind of make it look like you're going down the stairs, but in reality you're actually getting teleported, but you don't notice it, and you end up in the other stairs, the other teleporter in the other level stairs, and you go down and okay, I'm on another floor, I'm on a floor below, and no, you're not. You're just on a different part of the map. Yeah, you can even make that Mario 64 infinite stairs trick if you make a stair that on a top level, a few levels above, you get transported to a level below. Duke Nukem will just keep going up, and not move into place. Just you get stuck, not being able to climb. I mean, that is how they did it in Mario 64. 24. Oh, that's to make a treadmill look like floors that you can see that. Okay, yeah, these are individual sectors. Yeah, one thing I didn't show was how you could also make the floor texture line up with the first wall of the sector. I mean, I showed you how to change the first wall of the sector, but yeah, you can see that these floors. Yeah, I didn't show how to change the floor orientation. You can change it 90 degrees, but here it's not 90 degrees. It's like a 45-degree angle, but that's because it's lined up with this wall. But yeah, because of the way the sector is shaped, you can make this floor texture line up with one of these walls, and it will be in this orientation. Give the illusion of this weird floor, but yeah, you can kind of tell that they don't really match. This kind of treadmill-like effect. I mean, this looks more like a sidewall, doesn't look like a treadmill, right? They're just using like a wall texture on the floor. But yeah, I've seen this, like you use like water texture to make something like water current like thing, make it look like you're being taken. There is another special sprite called the speed sprite, which will indicate how fast these move. Like yeah, there were a couple levels where you like drop into something like a river, and the river had a river texture, but it wasn't the river texture that was dragging you along. It was the treadmill texture that and the speed sprite that would make you get dragged by the look like you were getting dragged by the water. Here you have pistons, which yeah, as you might see, these are individual sectors, and sector effectors make it, and speed sprites make it so that their ceilings go up and down specific amounts, and specific amount, and at a specific speed. So you can create like piston traps. I mean, right now they're pretty fast and very hard for Duke to get across. But yeah, I'm sure you remember a few. If you watched my playthrough, you remember a few areas where there were like pistons going up and down that you had to watch out to not get squished. Maybe they were going up and down a little slower than that. Yeah, this I believe was not in the original Duke Nukem. This is actually yeah, just the sound effect of thunder. In the Atomic version, they added actual lightning. I say, which you immediately saw in the first episode, in the first level of the 4th episode, I believe. Yeah, this is the one that actually has lighting, which hurts Duke if he strikes. Yep. Ow, ow, ow. And once again, you can use the speed sprite to determine how fast, how frequent these lightning strikes occur and stuff. But yeah, as you saw in the previous one, you can have lightning or thunder without lightning, or just in lightning. And yeah, once again, this is not actual lighting. This is just changing the shading of the walls, make it not shaded when there was lightning when lightning is striking. It's all an illusion. It's all fake. Oh, this is an interesting one. Look at that. I believe we saw this kind of wave effect in the last episode of the in the last level of the 4th episode. I mean, this is much more exaggerated, but yeah, this is actually a bunch of sectors divided. I think you can't see it in here, but if I open this in the editor, you'd see a bunch of different sectors, and the sector effector making their floors rise and lower in this wave pattern. But there's another tag that you can use that will make it so they automatically slope to match each other's height. Yeah, there were, another thing I forgot, that there is a button to make it. I mean, you can change the slope of the floor, but there's a button to make the floor like line up with another floor next to it. Makes it a lot easier. And I believe, yeah, this effect. I mean, this one is not sloped at all. This one is just going up and down. But the one next to it is also going up and down, but it's also sloping and making it so the slopes automatically line up with each other, create this sort of wave effect. And yeah, even though it has the water texture, you can't actually dive here because the sector is not marked with the over water tag. Actually, not sure if you can have a water tag with a moving sector like that. Maybe it's not possible. Here's an interesting one. This is a little subway thing. Wait, where is it? Over here. There you go. Switch this. Whoop, goes here. Switch this. Goes back here. Yeah, this is once again just a. Oh, protective boots are on. Oh, yeah, this floor also would electrocute me if I didn't have protective boots. This is also just like a octagon-shaped sector with its floor raised, and another smaller sector here with its floor raised as well, with these textures. And then the button sprite was placed here, and then they activated this button sprite to with an activator that activates this. And there's probably an locator sprite here to make it so that, okay, this will stop here, and then there another activator on this door so that once it stops here, this door opens. There was a one of the lunar apocalypse levels that had a bunch of these kind of subway things. This is a very simplified version, but yeah, I think I also used one of these at some point. Yeah, if it's already in the place, you can't use it again. It's already where it is, where it's supposed to be. So yeah, that was number 30. Last one, and not all of them. Yeah, I can tell that only a couple few in the 30s tag. 31. This is just, it's the same thing as that other one, except you can undo it by switching back the switch back to its original position. It can either raise or lower platform, make it lower or a little lower or a little higher, depending on the tags and the orientation and the palette of the sector effector sprite. All of that will change how the sector behaves. And yeah, like I said, it's kind of hard to remember what each of these do, what the numbers are, unless you do a lot of levels over and over and you kind of memorize that. But it's actually better to have that kind of reference guide next to you when you're building levels, so you can consult. Okay, what tag do I need to use? What palette do I need to use to have that effect? Okay. This one's the same thing as the other one, except you see the little particles falling. In the first one, it didn't have the particles falling, which makes more sense if you're having an earthquake indoors. If you have an earthquake in an outside area, it doesn't make sense for particles to fall off the screen like that. But yeah, if you're indoors, it makes more sense. 34. I believe this is the same thing. Deactivate. So yeah, right here, if I go on top of this, you can see that the floor is taking me along. Well, actually, in that first area, we'll go back to it. This is interesting. This is different types of shooters. Oh. Ah! So yeah, you got an activator on the switch that opens that door, but damn it. Ow. Okay. God mode on. Right. That also not only activates this door, make it rise, but also activates the shooter here. And there's a speed sprite that determines how fast the shots come. There's the tag which indicates what kind of shot it fires. Once again, this texture. Whoa, they're piling up. This texture doesn't mean anything. Could be anything, it would still shoot the same projectile. So this one is for RPGs, whoa. And this one, we did see this in the game. This shoots the shrinker part of the shrinker projectile that shrinks Duke. Use steroid. And that's it. Oh yeah, so yeah, these are all the sector effectors, so you might hang on, let me go back to the first one that I wanted to say. So yeah, I wanted to show this one. Can I get on top of it? Okay. I got on top of it. Whee! So you can see that this texture is following the sector as it spins. It didn't necessarily have to do that, because if I use the R key to change the floor orientation or the floor alignment so that it wasn't aligned to the sector, instead the sector would move, but the floor would stay would stay put. It I guess kind of weird to explain it, but yeah, it's kind of like the section of the floor would slide, but the floor itself would stay in place. So one use for that I've seen in the first level is to create the illusion of moving lights. So if you're in a room that's dark and you put a moving sector like this with the same sector effector, but the only change that you make the same texture as the ground, but the only change is you make it the shading lower, you make it brighter, but you make it move. It would look like a bright spot was moving, not the floor was moving. And since you made it so the floor was not lined up to that sector, the floor would stay the same. Only the bright spot would move. You can kind of see that in the first level. But yeah, why don't we do that actually? Why don't we new game, abort this game? Yeah, let's check out some of the levels. Now that we know how they were made, let's look at some examples.
Let's rock. Dang, those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
So yeah, that's a sprite moving around. There's probably locator sprites telling you to go in that direction. This, 2 sectors, one with each slope. You can tell that, okay. This, a sector with a floor raised and the box texture on sides. This has the texture that I mentioned. The skybox with a wall lowered, and then these are sprites with the barriers that don't let the player move through them. Okay, Windfishy. Yeah. Here we have the fan. If you shoot it, it automatically breaks. So yeah, you might wonder, okay, if I go down here, you can actually tell, you can actually see a little bit of the buildings between the sides, because yeah, this is not actually a barrier. This is actually just a sprite on top of this. Yeah, the sprite is also a barrier, so I can't fall through it. But yeah, this is just a 2D sprite lined up with the floor, and you can kind of see it's not completely sealed. Another 2D sprite lined up with the wall, make it so that it's initially a barrier, but once I shoot it, it stops being a barrier. So once I go down here, you can kind of tell here this map. Once I go down here and I fall, I got transported into another level, another part of the level. I mean, let me just add God mode on. We don't need to worry about enemies right now. But yeah, you can see. Okay, this is a sector. It goes all the way up. So, okay, it might, if you might be wondering, okay, what if I DN stuff? What if I use a jetpack and go all the way up here? Will I go to that rooftop? No, you won't. Look at that. The rooftop does not exist. It's all a lie. This is just the ceiling of a sector that got lowered. Well, actually, 2 sectors. So there's one inside another. One, and then another one that did not get its ceiling lowered all the way down. And then they put this broken panel sprite on the bottom. Also, see it's not completely lined up as well. Look at that. Didn't have to be lined up anyway. But yeah, there is that teleportation trick going on where if I go up here. Oh, what happened? Look at that. No, I just got teleported. There's actually a floor. Probably the floor is probably too low, or no, there it is. There's the floor. Yeah, I was going to say. Oh no, that is not a floor. The floor is probably much lower than the actual teleporter thing is. So you never actually reach the floor. If you fall down, you get immediately teleported to the top of this area and then fall down. Yeah, you probably also fall down way lower than the actual height of this thing. If you were to fall from that height, you might die. But yeah, you can kind of tell all the tricks that they use here. Look at that. This cinema thing is a sprite. This is a sprite. This is a sector that had its ceiling lowered. Destructible wall there. This one is interesting. This box here. Actually, two square sectors. One and then another inside. And so they raised the floor of the borders. And then they changed the texture on the inside. And the boxes and fire are sprites. This is another sector that had its floor raised a little bit. This is a sector with a slope. Ah, here we go. Here's a hidden wall thing that just like I showed. Yeah. Remember when you can make the wall be visible from only one side? That's what they did here. They made this wall only visible from the outside, and they made it match this texture. But yeah, it's not a barrier, so I can just go through it. This is not a real bed. This is just a sector with its floor raised, but they kind of put this fake bed texture. What are you doing? Die already. Bed texture on the sides to make it look like it was raised, but there's nothing actually under the bed. This is just a 2D texture on the side. This is actually a wall, or the same door that we saw earlier, but with this poster instead of a wall texture, a door texture. And yeah, you can mark a sector as a secret place, so that when you go inside, it says secret place found. Let's see what else. This is a sector with a lower brightness. You can't go beyond this. Oh, here we go. Here's something interesting. Looks like this bridge is solid, but it's actually made of sprites. Remember, you can't have two sectors one on top of the other. So this is not the ceiling to a sector. This is not the floor to a sector. The ceiling to that sector is way up there. The floor is way down here. But they made that bridge just like I did. They made the bridge have the barrier so that Duke could walk on it. But instead of just adding the bridge and just having it like be two-dimensional, they also added another one under it, and they added a very, very squeezed bridge texture on the sides. Just give the illusion of a solid object, but yeah, this is just a bridge made of sprites. Oh, here's something I want to show later. How to make mirrors. It's very weird.
Damn, I'm looking good.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's go to the bathroom in this level. That's where the big mirror is. I forget the cheat code to remove enemies. Oh, here you have that same earthquake effect. You have a touch plate on this side that makes things blow up and makes things shake and debris fall off. So where's the bathroom? Here you go. Once again, the switch makes the shading here go away. Give the impression of lights being turned on. These are sprites on the wall. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4 sectors with different heights. Texture that looks like a couch. This is a sector with the sink texture on top and these this kind of faucet sprites, 2D faucet sprites nearby. So you can see this is a bathroom stall, but you can't look under it because it's a raised floor. Toilet paper sprites. You can see that this is the billboard effect. So yeah, how do they make this mirror in the build engine? So there's a special texture that you can put on the wall here. I mean, this is a smaller sector that goes inside the wall, and you can change the texture of this wall. But you can assign this texture as a mirror texture. Let me see if I can. Oh, you can kind of see. Oh, I can actually show it using the no clip button. DN clip. There you go. Clipping off. Let's cross into the mirror. Why don't we? Where am I? Doesn't see. They might have lowered the mirror area. Okay, let me go all the way around here just to see if I can expose the rest of the map to kind of see the rest of this area. Okay, we might have to open this in the level editor to actually see everything. Okay, here we have something interesting. So you can't have two sectors directly on top of each other. Ow. You can't have two sectors directly on top of each other, but you can have sectors overlapping each other. That's kind of weird in the build engine. As long as you can't see one from the other. So if you're inside one sector, the entrance and exit of that sector cannot be visible from the second sector that's intercepting it. Make sense? Because if they were both visible, the engine would not know which sector to render. But as long as only one is visible, kind of like the engine knows where you are and which sector you are inside, and that allows the engine to know, okay, render this sector, ignore the other one, even though they're overlapping. So that's how this exists. It doesn't even matter if they're on the same height or not. They could be at the different heights just to give more context to the space, but they could also be at the same height and directly intercepting each other. But it still works. There are a couple levels that actually work with that. It's kind of weird. Let's see. I can remember the level name. 211? Lunatic Fringe, yeah, this one. This one is a level that I did not play through in my playthrough, but this one has a weird effect. Look at what happens. Okay, kind of weird. Shouldn't it be already? Be already back. Okay, let me get rid of this guy. Okay, where am I? Where's my exploding weapon? There you go. Easy way to get rid of enemies in the game, in the level. Where are you? But yeah, this one actually has a weird 720-degree room where you have to actually go through around the room twice to get back to where you were. You can kind of see this. Okay. Yeah, the map doesn't really show. It shows me. It looks like I'm in one room, but I'm actually in another, because they are actually overlapping. Except they're not completely overlapping. You can kind of tell if I zoom real quick. Let me get rid of it. Get rid of these guys. I'm not sure how visible it is, but you can kind of tell that there are on the edge there are actually two lines very close to each other. But yeah, that's because these are two loops, but they're crossing each other, but they're not completely overlapping each other. Just a little bit offset from one another, just enough for the engine to know that they are not the same areas. And because how the corridor is structured, I'm back here, but now it looks completely different. Because of how the corridor is structured, it allows, the engine allows for this. Because I can't, from this area, I can't see where that second area is. Even though they're one on top of the other, I have to go all the way around before I get back here. So if I go all the way around. I'm now in a completely different area. Look at that. Weird, huh?
Cool.
If I go around again, use steroids to go faster. Oops, I think I clipped through the side a little bit. Yeah. Should turn no clip on back on, or clipping back off. There you go. Even though I made a full circle, I'm in a different area of the map. There's another map that does that, which is was meant to be a multiplayer map. I don't remember the name. Is it 12? No. 10? 10? 10 cycle? No, that's not it. 212? No. 210? 209? Overlord? No, that's the last. Was it episode 3, I wonder? 311? Freeway now. Yeah. Let me check. Where's my Duke Nukem list? List of levels in Duke Nukem. Yeah, if I know the level number and the episode number, I can tell. I can use the teleportation, the level skip cheats to go back to it. Launch facility. No, I think I know the name. Lunatic Fringe. We just saw. Teardrops. Here you go. It's 310. Yeah. Episode 3, level 10. Okay. 310. Teardrops. There's another level that I didn't show, the secret level that I did not show. But this one also does some weird trickery with the build engine. You see this area in the middle? Okay. Let me DN clip, turn clipping back on. Okay. You can see this area in the middle here. So you got this. Use steroids to go a little faster. So yeah, I'm back here. I got to this. There's a central area, and then there's this ring around it, the square path around it. If I go to one of the other sides of this square and look inside, look at that. Completely different area. And if I look at on another side of this square, completely different area again. The engine just allows this to happen. And if I go like that, another different area. So yeah. This central area actually has 4 maps overlapped across each other, But because you can't see one from another, you can't because of where their because of where their entrances are. It's okay. Was this thing in the game? This is a secret level. I forget where you can access it from. I think from the movie set, I believe. Yeah, I think from the this is a secret level. You can. I just chose not to go through it because not a very fun level to play. It was meant to be more multiplayer level with a lot of people.
What a mess.
And I was planning on showing it during this because of this weird trick.
Yeah, piece of cake.
Not only that, but look at that. There's this weird drop thing. Yeah, you can see that this is actually just a part of the ceiling that got lowered. And then you have these 3 wells. You have this with the lava texture on the walls here. Another with the ground texture. If I jump through this, what happened? Okay, so they're one on top of the other. No, they're actually in the same height. I can just keep falling to this. And then I fall here, and I'm back where I started. Even though I kept falling. Weird, huh? All because of the teleportation trick, you know. These are actually in different sectors, but because I fell in one and I got teleported to another, it works. Okay. Why don't we check out one of those levels in the build engine? It'd be fun. Go back to build. Build, just build. Yes. Okay. So if I press ESC, it opens this menu where I can new map, load, save as, quit. So load. So I can actually open episode 1 level 1.map. And look at that. This is the actual level. These are, I believe, yeah, they're meant for different spawns for multiplayer maps. Here we have the ship. Switch to floating. I believe. Yeah, these are barriers. You can see the purple wall stopping me from leaving. And these are all the sprites of the fences. I mean, I could delete the sprites and it wouldn't they wouldn't show, I would still not be able to go through. Here you have the sector effectors. Oh, see what I was talking about the very thin canisters. So if I shot these, they would explode. This would break, but there would be extra explosions out here because of these kind of hidden gas canisters. So if I go over here and go down, this time I won't get teleported. This time there will be a floor. Whoops. Okay, look. Oh, why don't I just turn on gravity? Yeah. There we go. And I still immediately go up. Oh, kind of went past the effector here. Here it is. This little S sprite. That's the thing that teleports Duke when he falls and collides with that and teleports to a different direction. So like I said, it was way above the actual floor of this sector. So Duke never actually lands on this floor. And so, where is it? Once you fall here, this is just an outside area, just big enough to allow that ship sprite to move across and then Duke car. It's called Duke car. Oh yeah, I guess I went outside the barriers, and they have an effect here to make a bunch of explosions get out from behind. Yeah, there's like an explosion generator outside on the back of this ship. It is programmed to just fall. Doesn't matter where I put it. I guess I could put it in a different level and it would have the same effect, same behavior. This M, I believe, is M is for sound effects, right? I believe. Yeah, another M might be for the Duke Nukem quote at the beginning. So yeah, I can actually the sprite here. See, it's just a sprite, just a 2D sprite, not actually a cover. Well, these are sectors. Oh, the hidden weapons here. I believe. I mean, I don't know that there is a way for you to make it so, like, certain monsters and certain weapons only show up in certain difficulties. Like, there is a way to. I wonder if I can do that here. D tilde D skill mode. Yeah, piece of cake. Let's rock. Get some. Damn good. All skills. So yeah, this might be allow you to like see like see what the map looks like or what enemies are present in each of the difficulties. So you can make more enemies pop out in harder difficulties if you want. But yeah, look at that. If I raise this, see, different, just 2 sectors, each with different slopes. I could lower this. I could make the slope go away. Oops, put the slope in the wrong way. And they have different shadings to make it look like a bright one is bright, one side is bright. It makes sense, but I can undo that. make both sides the same shading. Okay, let's go somewhere else. So yeah, this is where you start and this is where you end. Here you go. This is a street with this the sector effector that's paired with the other one, so that when you get transported, when you get, oh, look at that, they actually made very tiny sector, triangular sector, I guess, just to make it this, so this wall is different from this wall. Yeah, look at that. Huh. Yeah, because this island, yeah, it doesn't there isn't like a thick wall around like there is here. There's a thick wall around here and around here, but not here. They, for some reason, I guess they wanted to make it like very near the wall. But of course, you can't have the 2 walls in the same sector be different heights. So what they did was there's a very tiny bend here. Very tiny bend here, so that this is one sector and this is another sector, and so that allows you to have different a different wall texture in this one, and also different brightness. Yeah, like I said, there are no actual lights in this game. You can only simulate light. So yeah, this is just, oops, this is just difference in the shading of the sectors to make it look like shadow. I can undo it. And the floor too. See, there's shading there. And yeah, like I said, this is just a sector that had its roof lowered. Oops. I'm raising the entire roof of this area. Innocent. Here we have a touch plate sprite that's tied to this sector effector, so that when Duke climbs on top of this area, it makes this rise, revealing the RPG inside. Here we have that invisible wall that I mentioned. I can take it off by pressing M. Okay. Now there are no more invisible walls. Kind of destroying the level here. We're breaking the level. Still interesting to see. Here you have the little drip sprites that make water fall at a certain speed. Here you have the sector effector for the destructible wall. Remember when I said that the hole was already there? This sector effector just make it look like the wall was completed until you blow up something next to it. Yeah, you've got this crack sprite floating in midair. In the game itself, it looks closed, but yeah, in the editor, it's already open, already destroyed. I can lower this. Yeah, hang on, check something. This has to be a different sector. Same reason as these two are different sectors, because the inside of this has one wall, this one has another. This one has a wall. This has to be another very thin slice. Oh, I copied. Very thin slice. Yep. Look at that. So if I were to raise this, I could actually get rid of this marquee if I do this. Whoa! Look at that. Okay, yeah, that messed up this wall because it's not lined up to the floor. And yeah, this is not an actual door. This is just a door texture on the wall of this sector. These doors can never be opened. Oh yeah, I wanted to show the mirror. Hang on. Yeah, everything's already dark because it's you define the initial shading in the editor, and then you define, okay, how much more shading will the light switch give this area. So you have this mirror, weird grid-like texture. If I look at in the level, yeah, there's an empty space behind the mirror. See? This large empty space behind the mirror. This is necessary for the engine to render the mirrored area behind it. Because yeah, the way the engine works is this mirror texture, when the engine finds it, it automatically duplicate these sectors. All the sectors that are in front of the mirror get duplicated behind the mirror, and then all the textures get flipped to give the illusion of reflections. I mean, there's not an actual reflection. There's no RTX going on here. They're just duplicated walls and sprites and everything to make it seem like it. But yeah, there's nothing behind the mirror. I guess that's why it didn't work for me to go across. But if it weren't for this empty space, I guess the duplicated sector would overlap with an existing sector, and that would mess up things in the engine. So yeah, when designing a level that has a mirror, you got to make sure that there is an empty room. Oh, there actually is an empty room behind it. Look at that. You got to make sure that there is an empty room behind the mirror, so that yeah, these textures I think are not important. What's important is this space behind the mirror. Make sure that this gets projected. And of course, this is way bigger than it needs to be, but I guess they were just being on the safe side. They wanted to make sure that everything that the mirror sees would fit in here. I mean, why not make it as big as possible? And there's even a warning in the build engine documentation that says you should not put two mirrors facing each other. That would be bad, as you might imagine. Oh, you can see the different. I was kind of looking at this. Yeah, this is a barrier so that the shading is different. Let's see what else. yeah. There are these lines separating the sectors. That's, I mean, turn off the tags to make it easier to see. These lines are for shading purposes, so that different parts have different shading. What is this? Yeah, I believe this is also a lighting effect. Yeah, there's a little light here. Here you have, yeah, this spiral staircase. Once again, looks like it's overlapping, but no, there's actually it's allowable. You can see that they are not actually overlapping. They're kind of offset from each other a little bit. So that allows this to exist in the engine. And of course, you don't notice that. Oh, this step is a little longer than it should be. Yeah, you don't notice that when you're playing the game. But you still get the idea of one area being above another, even though it's just trickery. They don't just like that level. They don't necessarily have to be above one above another. This spiral structure could instead of being a staircase could be just a tunnel, a spiral tunnel that goes into itself, but it works. Oh yeah, there's one level that I want to show that does this interesting. Let me check my list of levels here. That level was LA Rumble, I believe. Just gotta remember the number. LA Rumble is number 4. Okay, episode 3, level 4. Yeah. We start off in this is the pipe. Go out here, and this is the main street. Okay. Here's something interesting that they also made it to kind of give the idea of a overlapping area. You see this top of this building here? There's a top area here, and there's this pillar, and then you go down here, and then there's this door. Yeah, the door is already lowered. Why can't I go through it? Is it something boring? No, I'm raising and lowering the ceiling next to it. Go inside here. Okay, can I go now? Yeah, I'm trying to raise the door a little bit. Hang on, let me just do this. Not a sector. Oh, this is this door doesn't open up, it opens to the side. That's why. Hang on, I guess I gotta move the vertices around myself. Hang on. Turn off. I might mess this up, but hang on. Turn this off. Get this out of the way. Trying to show something here. Here you go. Get this off. Get this away. Okay, I told you it was tricky to draw the door correctly, but yeah, it's kind of how this door is shaped. It's kind of shaped like this, and then wait, what the effector does is basically stretch it like it does it like this, and then you select this for. Yeah, this is what the door looks like. And once you activate the door, it does this with the door. Kind of moves these vertices to this side, so that the inside of the door gets stretched like this and does this. But yeah, this is how you get like the appearance of a door going into the wall. It's actually literally going into the wall. Of course, because these dots are very very close together, you don't see that gap. But yeah, that's what happens. So yeah, I want to just get rid of these just to make the door open. There you go. Things got a little wacky, but yeah, I just wanted to show this door open just to show this kind of neat trick. You have this corridor. This corridor, you see, go all the way here. This is actually going under. It's actually going under this part of the roof, right? Look at that. This part of the roof is directly above that corridor. But because of this, sector, I mean this part of this structure, it works because the entrance is here. See what I mean? This corridor is not visible from this roof. They're not there, so the engine allows that. Once again, these don't necessarily have to be in the same place. They don't necessarily have to be one on top of the other. As long as they don't the entrance to one is not visible from another, the engine allows it. But yeah, if you know that kind of trick, you can make one area be above another, even though theoretically you shouldn't be able to have one area be above another. Okay, okay, your palette is 21. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Man. Oh, you can see all the explosion effects from when you get near enough. There should be a touch plate thing. Yeah, okay. Touch plate thing, so that when you climb over here, that creates the earthquake effect that lowers this. Oh, it's not lowered yet. This R, I believe, makes these. Yeah, these are already broken apart. These pieces, they're just all the same height. But once that earthquake effect happens, this like no, not P. Oh, what am I doing? Play job. No, go away. Like this gets lower, or this gets higher. This gets lower. They kind of change heights, make it look like it got broken up, and then this gets destroyed, and all these hidden yeah, they're invisible gas canisters. I mean, if I point at this and reset the sprite stretchiness, it goes back to its original size. Now it's visible. But if I do this, stretch it to infinity, or as thin as it can possibly be, it becomes invisible, and then you can have these explosions in midair happen. Let's see. I believe, is this the original? Yeah, this is not. That's not the original palette for that wall. It's not red. It's actually the original texture is actually black and white. Look at that. But because they changed the palette, it's all red. But if I Alt P it, 0, goes back to being black and white. Yeah, I can change the palette of sprites, but also the palette of walls to make them more, like different colors depending on what you want. Yeah, these are all white, but they changed the palette to 2 to make them red. Yeah, cool, huh? Hollywood. Yeah, I believe that this weapon is blue. It's because it's supposed to maybe only show up in multiplayer, in a Duke match. Big cops, the woman. Yeah, these are. different sectors with different lighting. A lot of these straight lines coming from doors is for shading. So what do you say? Should we try and recreate one of these effects using the sector effector, or do you want to see one of the levels that I made back in the day? Should try recreating these from scratch? You can see that these numbers, see one number next to each other. These are the tags that I mentioned: the high tag and the low tag. I can kind of, let's see. Can I check? What is? Oh yeah, this is a level. Okay, another cabinet that, like I said, is not. This is actually just a floor that got raised. These M play the little cabinet sound when it opens. The S makes it so you place the sprite where you want the door to swing. So if this S was in the middle of the door, it would spin like this instead of open like this. And then I believe, if I recall correctly, yeah, there's another sector effector here that, whoops, I did not mean to do that. Oh, this sector is actually tagged. I don't remember what does this tag mean, but look at that. You can see that these doors don't actually touch each other. They can't. If they touched each other, the sectors would be joined and they would not be able to separate. Because that's how the engine works. Yeah, this sector effector. You put it here. That makes it makes that door open in that direction. Have another sector effector. That's turn off the tag. Yep, it's open in that direction. Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't need to. I don't need to. There you go. So they are different orientations because that's because of the way they're pointing. So this one makes it go 90 degrees in one direction. This one makes it go 90 degrees in another direction. So yeah, in the reference guide it says exactly how what the tags do, what the orientation of the sprite does, what the palette of the sprite does. So yeah, you don't have to memorize this kind of stuff. You can look up in the guide and see in the reference guide and see, okay, how do I make this door open that direction? How do I make this door open in that direction? But yeah, see what I mean? You can kind of see where the sectors were separated, where the floor was raised. Yeah, see, this is just a raised floor. This is also just a raised, whoops, lower the ceiling. Oh, there are actually more sectors here than I thought. Probably just for the texture of the wood. But yeah, if I lowered this and made it the same one, same texture here, and the same texture here. Oops, I delete that. Can kind of remove the table from the level by just lowering this, lowering this. And lowering this. I mean, I could also do it by removing the sectors themselves, but yeah, changing the textures and lowering the walls also does it. Delete this. And there's this hidden button, which let me check the tags. Yeah, it says 0515. So there should be a 0515 activator right here. See? So the low tag of this activator is the same as the low tag of that switch, which makes it that button open this door. So you have a music. The M is for music and sound effect. So 165, it changed the tag of the music and sound effect sprites so that this specific sound effect plays. And I have the sector effector here. And this 20, the sector tag, I'm guessing makes it this act as a door. I have another switch with the same activators that opens the door. Because yeah, I guess you can make a door that opens permanently, or you can make a door that opens and then closes back after a certain amount of time. Yeah, this is, whoops, the teleporter sector effector. So this is, yeah, oh, big number, 7177 7. Yeah, 7 is the tag for teleporters, and 7177 is the name or the tag used for pairing this with another one with the same number. Where does this teleport you? I think here, right? There should be, yep, another one, 7177 7. So you could just copy one sprite and copy two sprites, and then you one and put this one in a different area, and one teleporter would take you to the other teleporter. And here we have the nuke button. I don't remember what this tag does. This 65535 tag. But yeah, this is the end of the level. Okay. Check outside. I believe there's should be a wall tag for there should be a wall tag for like force field. This probably plays the chopper sound. The sprite is actually reversed. I can fix that, but there you go. Now it's fixed. I mean, kind of. The K is still, and the N is still reversed, but at least the name kind of now kind of spells Nukem. Wait. Let me float. No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is outside of area that you don't see. You're not supposed to. It's another sprite. Hey, look at this. You're not supposed to be here either, Level Lord. Yeah, I remember they love they like hiding these little messages where you wouldn't see them unless you were cheating or I guess using them in the editor. Because yeah, they are not visible from this side. So unless you used like a no-clip cheat to get out of here, you wouldn't see these. I've also seen people like sign their levels, making sectors. Like I don't think there's one here. Oh, maybe there. Yeah, look at that. SUVT. I mean, these are actual sectors. If I go inside, I can kind of very tight fit, but these are actual sectors. But they're just here to mark or to write these letters. They're not here to actually for any purposes in the game. So yeah, I've seen people use these to sign their levels. Kind of fun. You can also make the activator switches. You can use the height tag of this switch is 0, and the height tag of this activator is 0. But I believe you can also use the height tag, as in the first number. Second number is low tag. First number is the high tag. You can use the high tag to make those combination locks. Like if you have a bunch of numbers, and one of them is 0, the other one is 1, the other one is 1, then in order for that switch to activate, it has to be off on in order to activate. That's how you create a combination lock, using the tags to kind of determine what the unlocked position is going to be, using zeros and ones. And then because they are all the same number, all these buttons are like joined together to open the same door, or use the same activate the same activator switch, which can activate a door, can activate a teleporter, or activate an explosion, a bunch of different things depending on what sector effector tag is present. Okay, let's see. Yeah, should we check out one of my levels? What do you want? What do you say? Or do you want do you want to try and make a level from scratch or something? Although yeah, we've been at it for a while now. Actually, I might want to go straight to one of my levels. Might not be worth it to build a level from scratch, since we can already see how it's kind of done. Because yeah, it is a bit time consuming to like prepare the door and then make it textured and put the sprite in the right place, oriented, and use the same numbers. Like, I mean, you already know how it's done. Kind of revealed that already. So yeah, let's quit. Turn this off. Let's check out one of my levels. Although I will be using the God mode cheat, because I kind of did a few very unfair levels back in the day. I like making levels that didn't actually look like a place. They were just obstacle courses. And I also like every time I learned a new thing in the build engine, I wanted to try and oops, didn't mean to do that. I need to use the settings. I wanted to like try it out, you know. Okay, I learned how to do the subway car. Okay, let's put a subway car in my level. So use a level, select use a level. Oh yeah, we haven't checked the zoo map either. Although it's not, yeah, it should be very quick. The ST map also very quick. There are nowhere near as many sector tags as there are sector effectors. But just to be thorough. Quick look at these, then we'll check out. Yeah, the same thing as the other one. You got the numbers and the teleporters. Not nearly as many. We've got one for above water. Number 2, I believe, is for below water. So yeah, it's the same area. So this sector has a tag of 1. This sector has a tag of 2. Or a low tag of 1 and a low tag of 2. I believe the high tag, it has to be the same, so that the game knows where to teleport you. You can have multiple pools in the same level, so you need to pair them up with the same number so that the engine doesn't get confused. This is for that weird door. This one doesn't make any sound, but you can see that this one is not actually dragging the points into the wall like I did. This one is actually stretching. You can see by the side, the wall, the door texture. Oh yeah, that doesn't look quite as good as the other one that actually goes in. It's a little bit easier to prepare, but doesn't look quite as good. Okay, let's see what else. This is only at 15. Yeah, this is a sector tag for the elevator. We already saw it. Yeah, there's some overlap here. This is for small platform elevator. So this is different than the other elevator because this one does not teleport Duke. This just raises this sector's floor up to this one, and we can activate it. A little simpler. This one, I don't remember what the difference is between them. Maybe it lowers automatically after a while. I know though that this one is different because of this. It lowers both both the floor and the ceiling of this sector. But because it's just taking you to a slightly higher place instead of a floor above you, it doesn't have to teleport you, so it's a different type of tag, sector tag. It's the same thing. I think it's because this one started lower and went higher. Yeah, the other one started higher and I lowered it. I think that's the difference. I think this is the combination lock. No. Yeah, maybe. And this is the light thing again. See, if you don't add the sound effect thing on the door, it just opens silently. And yeah, because you can have a door lower the floor instead of raising the roof. Make the door open downwards instead of upwards. That's another option. Oh, this one is interesting. You can also have the option for both the floor and the roof of this door sector to lower and raise at the same time. Make these kind of double doors. But as you can see, the wall texture kind of follows the ground, because yeah, you can have the wall texture be aligned to the ceiling or be aligned to the floor, but since you're moving the floor as well, yeah, you can't. There's no way to make this wall texture be like static. You know, it has to follow either one or the other. And yeah, if your door goes up, of course you line it with the ground because the ground is static. But if your door goes down, you line it up with the ceiling, so that because the ceiling's static. But in that case, it goes up and down. Both the ceiling and the floor goes up and down. There, you have no choice. This is this door again. Same thing. See, this one is the different one. You can tell by the side textures that this one is not getting stretched. This one is actually going inside. Look at that. So this is actually not unlike the other doors. This is not unlike that double door. This is not a door sector that had its floor raised. This is just a sector wall. It's part of this sector wall that's part of this middle sector here. So the tag and the sector activator make it so that the walls open. So yeah, the inside of these doors are like the void beyond the valid sectors. You have the same thing. Oh, actually not the same thing. These are a combination of both sectors going up and the walls going sideways. Look at that. It looks cool, but pretty complicated to set up. Yeah, like I said, once you know all these, how the engine works and how these are set up, and you have access to. Wait a second. The roof is changing as well. Here you go, Chrome. Yeah, I've been here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been having fun talking about all the different things in the build engine. Been a while for almost 3.5 hours. There's this door again. I already saw that. But yeah, like the point of this is to be like an introduction to the build engine, not a complete course. Here you go. Another tag that moves and raises the floors of these sectors. Yeah, the point is, for if you watch this stream in its entirety, you should be able to like open these tutorial maps and study how things are done. Look for yourself how you can replicate these. I think we already saw this. But yeah, and yeah, no other tags beyond the 31 tag. So yeah, like I said, this one's a lot faster than the sector effector one. Well, just to be complete. Oh yeah, hang on. We did forget one little thing.
Yeah, piece of cake.
I kind of wanted to show
Those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
They are the invisible gas canister exploding, probably to destroy the top sprite here. And yeah, you can tag You can tag a sprite to make it breakable with explosions. Or not, if you don't want to. Can I go in here? Okay. Okay. Time to cheat. Yeah, remember those little drop sprites that we saw? There, that's what's happening. Saw the little. You can make it so it. Yeah, look, just like it was in the editor. Why don't we look at the room with the mirror? Look at that.
Where is it?
Oh, see?
God, sort him out.
I selected piece of cake. Monsters. There are a couple monsters that weren't present, but yeah, look at that. Well, this. Yeah, it's kind of duplicating this sector here, flipping the sprites, making it so that these sprites move in the same way as I do, as these one do. Very clever piece of programming just to give the illusion of a mirror without actually being a mirror. Different sector shading. Yeah, what I wanted to show was right here. Yeah, see that? Get rid of these. You see these bright spots? Well, that is two sectors that got lowered, one with a slope, one with another with another slope, just like that roof thing. But these are kind of octagon-shaped sectors that had the same. You remember those yellow discs in the sector effector room? It's the same thing here, except you can see that the floor doesn't go with the bright spots. These are sectors that are moving across the floor, but the floor textures stays put, and also I don't get transported with them. But their shading is different. That's the only thing. They're just there. They're just there to give the illusion of light. It's too complicated for you? I mean, were you here since the beginning of the stream? I mean, if you watch the beginning, you might maybe, or if you catch the VOD, you might understand. I mean, I'm hoping to not make this too complicated to understand, but so that's why I did mention in my stream. If you have any questions or something, let me know so I could answer. But yeah, that's the thing I wanted to show. Now we can go back to the level user level selection. Check out this zoo map. Minimum speed on a 486 in build. And yeah, each of these letters is an individual sprite that you can place on the wall there and make them tiny to spell out things. There are sprites. I don't think, no, these are not sprites. This entire wall is a texture. This anarchy symbol is a sprite. That's why there's one there and one there, one there, over there. But are these sprites? I don't remember now. Or maybe no, maybe they are sprites, but they're transparent. That's why you see the rock wall behind it. Yes. Okay, so here we have all the supplies. You got the dancers. You got different sprites. Jetpack, boots, medkits, atomic health. The armory. You have different weapons. All these are sprites. What I wanted to show was over here in the zoo. Look at that. They put sprites of the enemies on top of the doors, so you know which is what, which is which. The 3 bosses. And they put they put the sprite of this leaping lizard commander thing, but they changed the palette to make it yellow. I guess to make it look like a statue. But I wanted to show was this flying, the flying pig cop. Well, yeah, once you enter the sector or the room, where they see you, they get activated. They kind of start following a path in the air. Sometimes they stop to shoot at you. Well, if I were to open this in the build editor, you can kind of see. Hang on, let me just put this here. Oops, save changes, no. Build. Oops, I should have pressed yes. Yes. Okay. Load zoo. Where's the zoo? So where is that? Where's the pickup thing? Over here. You see the pickups, and you see these little L sprites. L. If you look at the tags in the editor, you can see, okay, the one has it's a locator sprite. One has 09, the other has 010, the other has 100, 01, or recon. Is this where they stop? I wonder. 01, 02, 03, 04. So yeah, you can make a sequence of locator sprites with different numbers, and then the pig cops will follow this trail that you left of little L's. That's how you make them. Did I count the number of streams? Of course I did. But I do remember. I do gotta remind you that some streams were not archived. So even though this is stream number 300, I don't have 300 videos in my YouTube channel, for example, because only the archived streams are in the YouTube channel, and in my Twitch channel as well. So yeah. If you count my videos, it will not go up to 300. But no, I do have a spreadsheet with all my streams, including the not archived ones. And yeah, that's another thing that I wanted to show. Let's see. No, not quit. Here. Load. Level 1. Go back to that arcade that I forgot. Yeah, now I'm trying to remember what did I want to show again, but make sure I don't leave things out. Here you go. See these? These, the bright spot that I mentioned. Yeah, if I pressed R, floor relative on, you can see that the floor texture does not align with the original the floor texture around it. R again, it does. See now this if I were to load up the level here, this bright spot would drag me along, and the floor would move along the bright spot, almost like those spinning discs. Look at that. Same thing. Yeah, these sectors are for, these 3 are for spinning that, these 2 are for spinning these 2. So they made it so that the bright spots spin along with this top light, which is, yeah, just made of two sectors with slopes, just to give that effect. But yeah, it's just something else I also wanted to show. I believe this. Yeah, there's a hidden switch in here. Like if I orient the sprite. Oh, it's also transparent. Look at that. That's why if you press use over this Duke Nukem 3D, Duke Nukem 2 game cabinet, it opens a door over here. It opens this door. That's because there's a hidden switch. But because it was, yeah, whoops. Because it was turned away from the viewer, it was toward the wall and transparent. It was invisible. But yeah, this is the switch that is. There's a 196 tag, and yep, 196 activator for this tiny door. Thanks, Winfishy. Yeah, this. I mean, usually I do RPG streams on Sundays, but yeah, because this was stream number 300, I wanted to prepare something different. Okay, yeah, I think I've showed most of what I wanted to. Just check them again. Space checkpoints. Selector, copy sectors. I did join sectors. Change sprite. Yeah, I can. Didn't really show the. Yeah, you can. I mentioned that you could flip. You can flip the sprites, make them enemies upside down. But yeah, if you press the F on the floor, you can change the floor orientation. Even though it doesn't look here. Let me use this one. Yeah, F also changes the floor orientation. I said. Let's see, anything else? Yeah, I press T and H to change the low tag and high tag of the sector. H for high tag, T for low tag, and then Alt T and Alt H for the low tag and high tag of the walls and sprites. Increase, decrease. AZ, caps lock. Anything I missed? And press sprite T for sprite transparency, parallax. Delete sprite, copy paste, yeah. And yeah, shift enter, you can paste just the shading, kind of works. Yeah, there's control shift enter, which does a kind of auto shade thing from brightest to darkest, kind of interesting. Let me see if I can do this here. Control alt shift. Yeah, it kind of makes the following walls of a sector have a similar shading than the one that you started with from. I guess that makes it a little easier to make a shading be like kind of continuous but not the same. Oh, there was something else I kind of wanted to show. Visibility, I think it's sector visibility. If I tilde V? No, what? No, not quit. No, what was it again? Global? Was it global shade or just shade? No, not global shade. S. Shades 6, 8. No, that's. Yeah, frame rate toggle that makes it so that this frame rate counter goes away if you don't like it. Frame rate off. Oops. Frame rate off. Alt P, palette, resets, change sprite orientation, Shift M, I saw slopes, yeah. Alt F, define first wall, I did it. Oh yeah, it's. Hang on. Let me look for a big sector that I can show this with. Or actually no, I'll just create a new one from scratch. Yeah. I kind of wanted to show this because it's an interesting effect that I did not see it used much in the game. Okay, let's make this very simple sector. But if I use tilde V, is it tilde V? No. Yeah, change visibility. That should work. Is it Alt V? No. Maybe point to the ground. Yeah, I gotta point to the ground. That's why it didn't work. I was pointing to the walls. Yeah, pointing to the ground makes the sector visibility change, and I can do like this. Maybe a little darker. Like this. A little darker. Yeah, look at that. Kind of creepy effect. Make it so you can only see things from a little far away from you. Almost gives an like almost makes the shading work for you already. If you want to make like a horror themed map, you can kind of use this effect. Yeah, just thought it was something interesting that I didn't really see used much in the game. And yeah, now I remember that you have to point at the floor since it's something that you change in the sector itself. Combination locks, explain that. Yeah, you can. If you select a bad guy and you choose the second frame instead of the first, that will make that bad guy, the monster, stay within that sector. Kind of interesting that you can make, like, if you want them to stay on top of a platform and not walk off it, you can just use that. But the platform will be a sector; they will stay within that sector. Yeah, lots of little details like that. Yeah, here are a few closing comments from the Level Lord. Yeah, what they call what's his nickname. Yeah, don't let two mirrors see each other, cause problems. Don't put two demo cameras where they are within each other's field of visions. Yeah, you can have those screens that see from cameras. You can put a camera and have the camera have the same tag as the screen, and then that screen will cycle through all the cameras that have the same tag. And orient. I think you can. Yeah, you can use tags to also tell how much each camera moves. If it's going to move from one side to the other, or if it's just going to stay still. Let's see. Frame rate is directly your frame rate is directly related to your computer. So if you have a Pentium, don't make a map that won't run on a good 486. Yeah, outdated advice. Use shadowing. Make for more cool looking rooms, objects, whatever. Yeah, like fake the shadows using different sectors. Keep your map simple, especially if they are for Duke match. People don't get lost. In the simplest case, a square room should have two opposing sides, darker or lighter than the other two. That should make it easier to tell the walls apart. Your frame rate allows subdivided sectors to look like shadows are being cast from buildings. Yeah, we saw that in the actual game. Yeah, select a tile set that fits your map's motif. Make a sci-fi thing next to a medieval thing. Don't use too many tiles, especially in any one scene. Frame rate is God. Keep that in mind at all times. Yeah, don't put too many sprites that will lower your frame rate. And most of all, think deviously. As in make the level very challenging for the players. Yeah. I think you can check out some of my own levels. Not all of them, but there are a couple interesting ones. Like wait, let's see. I did make one that I'm very proud of. Is that I remade the house from Alone in the Dark 1 in Duke Nukem 3D. Even made it playable. Put monsters where I thought monsters would go in the game. Yeah, I really loved both games. I loved Alone in the Dark 1 back in when I was a kid, and I loved Duke Nukem 3D back when I was a kid. So it made sense that I would join these passions together. Wait, select user path. Wait, select. Where's my? I think little levels. No, where did I put my levels? My levels. Okay, not Leo levels. Okay. Change search path to my levels. There you go. And I even actually made my own episode. I made 6 maps. I was going to make a second episode, but I didn't finish. But I made 6 maps and I named them E1, L1, E1, L2, and E1, L3. Funny thing is, if you name your levels exactly the same name as the levels in the actual game, and you place them in the game's folder, you don't even have to group them and replace the GRP file. The level will automatically load that level as the first level of episode 1. It looks for the map in your folder, and once it doesn't find in the folder, then it looks into the GRP file. So yeah, if you put maps, user created maps, and name them E1, L1, L2 in the game folder, and start up the game as normal, it will look like it will load your episode instead of, or the episode that you put instead of the game's original episode. And yeah, there's the maze in the episode. L3 and L5 I think are okay to show, but yeah, let's check out the Alone 1 map. Should be fun. Oh, look at that. We are in the attic. Yeah, I tried my best recreating the elements of the original game with the textures that were available. So you have the box, instead of the lamp, you get night vision goggles, which I guess, yeah, they act the same way. I think these are barrels in the original game, but like I put these. Oh, I put this to make. Here's the monster coming in from the window. Look at that. I made him spawn after a while. There should be another monster showing up from here. Ah, there he is. Okay, let me. Yeah, just like the zombie rose up from the trapdoor in the original game. I made a flying enemy that would rise up. Yeah, this is meant to be the ladder that you find on the side of the piano. Yeah, this is a piano. I put the seats of the theater in the front of this, make it look like a piano. Yeah, I tried my best. The curtains and this weird texture to make it look like a carpet. Yeah, these are stairs, but yeah, you can see that the stairs. You can clearly see the teleporter. Yeah, back in the day, I think I did not know about the instant teleportation sector effector. So yeah, you get the teleportation with the sound effect and the visual effect when you go downstairs. Well, yeah, you can. If you played Alone in the Dark 1, you can kind of see where I am, right? And you can kind of tell. Look at that, the corridor. And of course, the corridor. You fall down and die if if you go through it, just like in the original game. I kind of made the sprites look like the floor. If you're not careful, if you haven't played the game, you don't know about this trap. And yeah, the door automatically closes when you get inside, but I made it so that once you touch this carpet, the monster spawns behind you. And yeah, there are not a lot of paintings in Duke Nukem, so I put just the enemy sprites as paintings. We got the little cabinet, the chest here, yeah, the doors. I think, and once again, enemy spawns behind you. I think I kind of made the level a little too high. Like if you F7, you can. Yeah, Duke is like half the size it should be, I think. Yeah, I did not think of the scale correctly, I think, back in the day, but look at trying to replicate the curtains here by making the sector and raising it. This is supposed to be a sofa, the bedroom, look at that. The broken mirror, just like in the game. Pipe bomb. Yeah, I put like goodies where the actual items would be. This is the bathroom. The sink and the bathtub. And I think maybe I should have put another broken mirror over there. And yeah, just like in the game, there's a first aid kit in the door cabinet. Although the texture here doesn't match. You have the two enemies on each side of the stairs. Go away. And these are meant to be the little statues. Yeah, I put this city skyline on the outside. And once again, yeah, this texture. I think because of the nature of the engine, I would not be able to make another sector inside in that direction. But yeah, can't be helped, and use the same teleportation trick. Oh, I put this in place of the armor. Yeah, same teleportation there over there. And yeah, now I'm feeling very short. Like, look at that, I'm below the height of the doorknob. Oh yeah, it's the bedroom with the fireplace there, and if I go here, monster gets spawned just like in the game. Yeah, that doesn't look good. I wonder what enemy would be on the bathtub. Yeah, the big jellyfish enemy.
Holy cow.
And there should be another medkit here, yeah, just like in the game. And look at that, the dark room. The room where you need to have the lamp to see. Look, I'm alone in the dark. But if I use night vision, I can kind of see it. Okay, there's a freeze there. You can kind of see the bed and the nightstand and the closet, just like in the actual game. The corridor with all the paintings, the painting that hurts you. Yeah, are you having flashbacks, Norma? You played Unlocked? Uh-oh. And look at that. The painting actually hurts you. You played Alone in the Dark 1, right? I remember. And, of course, the door to the library. And this one also hurts you. Yeah, it shoots. The paintings on each side shoot you. This is locked. Why is this locked? I don't remember. I don't remember how to open that. And the paintings on the side there. Put a tiny little lamp where a nightstand would be. A lamp would be. There should be. Where is no? On the other side is the secret door behind the. Whoa. Yeah, that would have scared me if I was in here. And yeah, of course, you need this to open the secret area behind the bookcase.
Cool.
Yeah, very faithful recreation. Oh, I already destroyed that. I wonder who's in here. Okay, why can this not? Why is this not opening? Oh yeah. Flip me off. Yes, this is a level tour, so. Huh. Put a tiny poster of Duke Nukem 2 instead of a picture frame. Yeah, this is me trying to recreate the fireplace. The seat, the chair where the purple ghost is sitting. Ah! And yeah, if you touch the square, or if you touch the chair, just like in the game, you die instantly. Yeah, I completely forgot about this trap, but now in hindsight it makes sense. About here, that's the little. I think I could have put a clock there, but then I would not be able to open this like that. Yeah, see, just like in the game, there's a little hole behind the clock. Where's it? Very high up. The fake book is here. Okay, let's go down. Let me turn clipping back on. Yeah, doesn't this feel like you're playing Alone in the Dark 1 again? The kitchen should be around here, and once again, yeah, very, very high. Ah, the red bricks of the kitchen. The pot of human flesh soup. And of course, once you go in, spawns an enemy. I think I did not. Yeah, I think back in the day, my PC, the build engine would crash every time I tried using slopes, so none of my levels actually use slopes because I just couldn't do it. So yeah, I tried to recreate the pile of coal by using these sectors with different heights and using this texture. Could be a healing item here, yeah. This is where you find the biscuits. What got unlocked? Locked? Unlocked? Locked? Not sure what's going on here. This should be the dining room with... Yep. I put these guys in place of the zombies. And I think I put the pig cops in place of the dog creatures. Well, yeah. Tried my best here to recreate all the environments. Unlocked? What's unlocked? The ashtray in here. Ah, yeah, this is locked. Oh, of course, yeah, you need places where you needed a key to open a locked door. Yeah, I think I couldn't figure out how to do this. I just left it open. The passage underground. You can't. You could. I tried to like make this desk thing rotate on top of it, but you can't do it in the build engine. Sectors would overlap. What else? Yeah. Oh, I actually made it the outside. Look at that. The ballroom with the mannequins. I think if I touch the mannequins, I'll die. Right? No? No traps here? This should be the garden. Ah, instead of spiders, it's slimes. Yeah, that white garden with the thing, the statue in the middle. I believe this is the door to the cellar. Not bad. And yeah, there should be. Yep, passage here. Instead of the giant worms, is a bunch of the big guys We'll check that later. We're not supposed to go through here in the original game, but yeah. See, I just used a bunch of teleporters connecting all the stairs. And yeah, you don't open this door in the game. This one will do. I think if I try going outside, I should have died already. I think yeah, there's no way for you to go outside. I think you die immediately. But yeah, you are not supposed to be here. Of course I wrote that here. So, the outside of the mansion. I never actually made it because you're not supposed to leave. But it's not through there. Okay, let's check out the caverns. Oh, the bridge that falls down. But I don't think... Yeah, I guess I could have made the touch plate here and made the bridge explode and break. Yeah, these are the caverns, and yeah, if I could make slopes, I would have made this tunnel not look so square. Yeah. Yeah, first person alone in the dark. Look at that. The room with the water, where the aqua dude shows up. The ancient. Whoa. Oh yeah, this. Of course, I put the trap exactly where the trap was in the original game. The floor that falls down. I put a floor that is not blocked. Yeah. And yeah, I put the little tunnel in the same place. This guy in place of the bird and the hopping area. If only Kirby had a jetpack as well. Look at that. It would be a lot easier. Yeah, this is a place with a hole in the ground where this big spider comes out.
Piece of cake.
Yeah, I think these are still way too big, way bigger than they needed to be. I made all the bridges in this section exactly as they appeared in the game. And just like in the original game, if you take the wrong path, the bridge falls down. In the original game, the right path is marked by little swords sticking on the ground. If you follow the wrong path, you fall in the water. I use this little.
Yeah, piece of cake.
I use these little Duke Nukem radiation symbols to mark the path. And over here. This is where the chest would be. I guess I never made the chest. And then the big rock that you move out of the way to reveal the side. And then you have this, and you have the maze. Remember the maze where you had to go around in the dark, hoping that the lamp wouldn't go out? Ooh. Put some rewards in the maze. Fortunately, I should know this maze by heart, even front person. Just grab them. Because yeah, back in the day, I actually drew floor plans of the Alone in the Dark 1 mansion, so I kind of knew what the maze looked like because I'd drawn it so much. It was pretty easy to just recreate it in the exact same map layout in the Duke Nukem 3D editor. I mean, I'm going in the wrong path, but I'm trying to... Oh wait, it's not the wrong path. This is the right path. And yeah, of course, you use the gem in the door to unlock it. And the final boss.
You and me, you one-eyed freak.
Final boss in the tree in the middle. Look at that. die already. Is he not taking damage? Took a lot longer than I thought. Oh yeah, of course. Once you kill the boss in a level, it automatically ends the level.
Nukem, and I'm coming to get the rest of you alien bastards.
So yeah, that's why you're not supposed to leave the house, because the level should end when you defeat the final boss. That's why I didn't even put the Duke Nukem auto-destruct button even.
Let's rock.
Oh yeah, that was fun. I mean, been many years since I revisited that. So. See. Yeah, we're going a bit long, so yeah, maybe I'll come back some other time and show off my other levels. But I really wanted to show this one because yeah, that's the one that I think I'm the most proud of. I mean, like I said, the other ones, they're just like random obstacle courses that aren't really fair. There are lots of randomness to them. Like you had to. There are places where you had to like pick 3 doors. 2 doors killed you. 1 door was the right one. So yeah, they're not the best. Well, the best designed levels. But yeah, with like I said, with what we saw today, you should be able to like open the tutorial levels and see for yourself how each of those effects were made with the sprites, and set the tags correctly, position them correctly, or reorient them correctly, set their palette correctly to achieve your effects. And yeah, once you do get that thing working, it feels pretty good to see the level behaving like you expect. And yeah, of course, you can also not just, you can look up all the levels from the actual game, or look up download levels. I still have a bunch of it. I didn't want to show like other people's levels because yeah, I didn't know like how they would feel about it. I just wanted to show here only either the official levels or my levels. But yeah, I do have a bunch of other levels that I kept from way back in the day that I downloaded off the internet, and there might still be many places where you can download user-made levels. One thing I might still do with Duke Nukem 3D is show off the total conversion packs that I also got, because I remember, if you're still here from the very beginning of the stream, I mentioned how you can change the art tiles using the edit art program. Well, yeah, some people did that and added completely new images to the game, changed completely, like how Duke looks, what the monsters look like, or what the weapons look like. So yeah, there are a couple of very interesting ones there that I think that deserve to be shown still. So yeah, I might come back to Duke Nukem 3D at some point in the future. Maybe I'll come back to this if people still want to. Yeah, maybe at some point I will build a level on stream, because yeah, right now we spent most of the time talking about how to build a level. So maybe in some other stream, maybe I'll even make it a creative stream instead of a retro stream. We'll use all the knowledge that I just imparted and make a new level from scratch, just to see it being done. But yeah, this has been my 300th, how do you pronounce that? 300th stream special, how to build, as in how to make a level with a build editor. Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I had to do a little like study a lot to relearn how to do all these things, because yeah, it's been so many years that I completely forgot how to make a bunch of these levels. I mean, I still know how the sectors were made and stuff, but yeah, a lot of the keyboard commands I completely forgot. So I had to kind of relearn them for this stream, and also find where my old levels were hidden in all the different folders. But yeah, let's see. My next stream will be on Tuesday. We'll be coming back to Simon the Sorcerer 2. Then this Thursday we'll be starting a new FPS. I'll be starting Quake 1. And then the next Sunday, we'll be continuing our RPG Sundays with Ultima Underworld 2. So yeah, if you want to check out any of these games, make sure to follow the channel. And yeah, if you were curious about my Duke Nukem 3D playthrough and want to see what it was like when I played it on stream, you can check out my archive on YouTube. I did the challenge where I tried to get through every level without dying in the middle of the level. I only saved at the beginning of the level and then tried. Every time I died, I had to restart the level. It was pretty tough, but I did it. Even with the 4th episode. Took me a while, but I completed it. But yeah, that's the end of the class. Hope you had fun. Hope you learned a lot. I don't expect many people will be like still making their own Duke Nukem 3D levels at this point. I mean, it's been at this point maybe only people who make mods for Duke Nukem 3D are still making levels. But yeah, back in the day, a lot of people made levels and a lot of people shared them online. It was pretty popular thing. So, but yeah, if you're maybe if you want to start up with game design, if you want to test out level design, you can try out making a Duke Nukem 3D level and then move on to a more current engine, I guess. You can use the build engine for practice, because it is pretty fun still to make these environments. I mean, compared to like making environment in a 3D program, 3D modeling software, it's still a little tough. But making in level editors in video games is, I think, a little simpler if you know all the keyboard commands. So yeah, I think it's still worthwhile to remember or try your hand at making your own level. So yeah, hope you had fun. Hope you learned a lot. Thank you very much for watching, and see you next time. Bye.